I was forced to marry a man who despised everything about me. Loud women, flashy women, women like me. On our wedding night, he made sure I understood exactly how much he hated me. This is my story. Let's begin. The cameras start before my car door even opens. Of course they do. Flashes explode against the tinted window, white and violent, turning the glass into lightning. Outside, a crowd is already screaming my name like I'm walking into an awards show instead of the most expensive cage in Chicago. I smile before the driver opens the door. That's instinct. No. Training. Smile first. Control the image before anyone else can touch it. The cold hits my legs the second I step out, sharp enough to make me feel awake in places I've spent years teaching myself to numb. The night air smells like rain, perfume, exhaust, and money. Cameras snap so fast it sounds like bones breaking. Hailey, over here. Hailey, is the wedding tonight? Hailey, how do you feel about marrying Salvatore Viscaro? How do I feel? Like my father sold me wrapped in silk and diamonds. Like my mother called it destiny because transaction sounds uglier in church clothes. Like everybody here thinks I'm lucky because they don't know what powerful men look like when the doors close. But I laugh instead. Soft, breathy, a little wicked. The exact laugh they expect from a woman like me. I feel overdressed for kidnapping, I say, glancing over my shoulder with a smile that makes 3 reporters laugh and 2 photographers nearly trip over themselves to get a better angle. Perfect. That's what they want from me. A show, a little scandal, a little sparkle, something beautiful and harmless enough to print under a headline. So I give it to them, because I always do. My dress is silver and cut to destroy reputations. My heels are high enough to be a weapon. My hair falls in soft waves that took an hour and 3 people to make look effortless. Nothing about me is accidental, not tonight, not any night. Especially not when my family has spent years building me into something pretty enough to trade. A man in a dark suit opens the building door before I reach it. He doesn't smile, he doesn't flirt, he doesn't even really look at me, which is new enough to make me notice. Inside, the noise dies so fast it almost hurts my ears. Marble, glass, silence. The lobby is so polished it feels sterile, like no one here is allowed to leave fingerprints. Men in black suits stand at quiet attention, all broad shoulders and watchful eyes and still hands. Not security. Not really. Soldiers. I know the difference the second I see them. That is the first moment I feel it. Not fear exactly, but the cold edge of something close. A warning. A shift in the air. Outside, men shout my name because they think I'm walking toward a wedding. Inside, everyone already knows I'm walking into ownership. Miss Moretti, one of the men says. His voice is respectful, but not warm. Formal, but not kind. The kind of tone men use when they've already been told exactly what I am. I tilt my head and give him a smile anyway. Still Miss Moretti for another few hours. He doesn't react. Interesting. This way. No small talk, no charm, no pretending. I follow him through a private corridor, the click of my heels too loud in the silence. Every step feels like a countdown. Every breath feels measured. I keep my shoulders back, my face calm, my expression easy. Nobody gets to look at me and see hesitation. That would be weakness. And weakness gets used. We stop outside a pair of double doors. The guard opens one without knocking. Of course he doesn't knock. Men like Salvatore Viscaro aren't asked for permission. Men like him are permission. I step inside and the first thing I notice is the view. Chicago glows beyond a wall of glass, all silver light and dark steel, the city spread out like something alive and expensive and impossible to hold. The second thing I notice is him. Salvatore Viscaro is standing near the windows with one hand in his pocket, looking out over the city like it belongs to him. Maybe it does. He doesn't turn when I walk in. He doesn't rush to greet me, doesn't offer a smile, doesn't pretend to be impressed. The door closes behind me with a soft click, and that's when he turns. I've seen photographs. Photographs lie. They don't show the stillness. They don't show the kind of control that changes the temperature of a room. They don't show what a man looks like when power has settled so deeply into his bones he doesn't need to raise his voice to make the world move around him. He's taller than I expected, broader, beautiful in a way that feels severe rather than warm. Black suit, black tie, dark hair cut with expensive precision, hard mouth, hard jaw, hard eyes. That's the part that catches me. His eyes aren't hungry. They aren't admiring. They aren't even cruel. They're cold, not icy in a dramatic way. Worse, calm, measured, empty in the way a locked vault is empty. Nothing gets in unless he wants it to. I smile because I don't know what else to do with the sharp little drop in my stomach. Chicago looks good on you, I tell him. I was expecting something more hostile. He says nothing. His gaze moves over me slowly, from my hair to my throat to my dress to my heels, and every instinct I have tells me this should feel like being desired. It doesn't. It feels like being evaluated. I've been looked at by kings of finance, sons of senators, spoiled heirs, athletes, monsters in custom suits, men who thought they were gods because they had enough money to rent the illusion. This is different. Those men looked at me like they wanted something. Salvatore looks at me like he's deciding whether what he bought matches the description. Turn around, he says. I almost laugh. Almost. The words are so flat, so completely stripped of seduction, that for a second I think I imagined them. But no. He means it. Not a request, not flirtation. A command. I tell myself this is easy. I tell myself I've worn worse dresses for worse men. I tell myself turning in a room is nothing. So I do it. Slowly. Smoothly. Like I'm stepping through light instead of under a blade. When I face him again, his expression hasn't changed. No approval. No interest. No heat. Just assessment. You've built a reputation, he says. His voice is low, controlled, almost quiet. That somehow makes it more dangerous. Men who shout can still be moved. Men who speak like that usually can't. I let one shoulder lift. Only the glamorous parts, I hope. No. One word. Just one. But it lands like a slap I'm not allowed to react to. I keep smiling anyway because I've had years of practice at looking untouched. Loud, he says. Attention-seeking. Predictable. Each word is precise. Chosen. Like he already dissected me before I got here and found me shallow enough to bore him. And yet, I say, because I refuse to bleed first, you're still marrying me. He takes a step toward the table beside him and glances at the ring waiting there. I'm not marrying you. The room goes quieter. I don't move. You're being placed in my house, he says, wearing my name, representing my interests. His gaze lifts to mine. It's a contract. There it is. No flowers over the grave. No soft language. No romantic fiction laid over the body of the truth. A contract. I should appreciate the honesty. Instead, I hate how much it stings. Most arranged marriages are, I say. You misunderstand me. I move closer, just enough to remind him I know how to use a room, even if he's trying to freeze me out of it. Then explain it better. His eyes rest on mine for one long, cutting second. I would have chosen anyone else. The smile nearly slips. I hold it together with pure force. I've been insulted before, judged before, used before. But there is something uniquely brutal about the calm certainty in his voice. He doesn't say it to wound me. That would require emotion. He says it because to him, it is simply true. And for some reason that hurts more. Well, I say softly, I'll try not to cry into the champagne. Nothing, not even the hint of a reaction. He takes one step closer and suddenly all the air between us feels owned. I don't tolerate games, he says. My pulse jumps once, hard enough to make me angry at my own body. I'm not playing one. He looks at me for a beat too long. You don't know how to stop. That lands deeper than it should. Maybe because some ugly, hidden part of me recognizes the truth in it. I fold my hands loosely in front of me so he can't see my fingers tense. You seem very certain about a woman you've never met. His gaze flicks to my mouth, then back to my eyes. I know exactly what you are. I should let that slide. I don't. And what is that? A performance. The word cuts cleaner than the others, because that one is true enough to scare me. Just for a second, one tiny, stupid, treacherous second, I forget the smile. I feel it happen, the slight falter in my face, the almost imperceptible crack in the expression I've spent years perfecting. And he sees it. Of course he sees it. Something shifts in his eyes then, softness, not mercy, just sharper focus, like he's been watching a mask and suddenly caught sight of the skin underneath. Good, he says quietly. I hate that word. I hate the way it sounds in his mouth. Good? I echo. Because whatever this is, his gaze moves over me again. The dress, the smile, the whole manufactured shell. It ends tonight. My spine stiffens. Meaning? In my house, he says. You don't get to be that woman. That woman. Like I'm some creature he finds offensive. Like he thinks I built this version of myself for fun. I meet his eyes and make myself hold the stare. And if I am, That does it, not much. Just a tiny shift in the set of his mouth. But it's enough to tell me I've brushed the edge of something dangerous. He smiles then. It is the coldest smile I have ever seen on a human face. You won't be. The room feels smaller. I can hear my own heartbeat now, slow and hard, punching against my ribs like it wants out. He reaches for the ring on the table and lifts it between two fingers. Platinum. Diamonds. Heavy enough to bruise with symbolism alone. Tonight, he says, you become mine. No warmth, no hunger, no romance. Just possession, stripped down to its bones. And I decide what that means. Something ugly and frightened tries to rise in my throat. I choke it down before it can become visible. Then I do what I have always done. I weaponize my composure. I smile. Slow, beautiful, ruinously polished. Then you'd better decide carefully. For the first time, something in his face almost changes. Not much, just the faintest flash of interest, like I've offered a response he didn't expect. Then it vanishes. I already have. He steps back. Distance. Dismissal. Decision. Get ready, he says. Your performance starts in 2 hours. And that, more than anything else, is what unsettles me. Not the insult. Not the contract. Not even the ownership. It's the fact that he sees exactly what I'm doing. And he isn't seduced by it. He isn't entertained by it. He isn't even offended enough to lose control. He just looks at me like a man studying the door of a locked room he fully intends to open. I stand there for 1 second after he turns away, all silk and diamonds and polished skin, and for the first time in a very long time, I feel something I do not know how to perform over. Uncertainty. Real, cold uncertainty, because every man I've ever met wanted something from the version of me I put on display. Salvatore Viscaro is the first one who looks at it and sees a lie, and somehow, I think that's going to be far more dangerous than if he wanted me. Chapter 2. By the time the wedding ends, my cheeks hurt from smiling. Not real smiling, performance smiling. The kind that hurts behind the eyes because none of it ever reaches them. I stand under a chandelier the size of a small country, while senators, businessmen, wives in couture, and men with blood hidden under billion-dollar manors congratulate us like they're toasting a love story instead of a merger. Every camera loves me. Every woman judges me. Every man looks at Salvatore before he looks at me, which tells me everything I need to know about who really matters in this room. I am decoration. Expensive decoration, yes. Useful decoration, absolutely. But decoration all the same. I wear white tonight because someone thought irony was romantic. The gown is custom, obscene in the most elegant way possible, all silk and structure and soft ruin. Diamonds drip from my throat and wrists. Salvatore wears black, of course. A man like him would never choose a color that suggests innocence. He barely touches me all night. His hand finds my back when the cameras demand it. His fingers close around mine when someone expects a photograph. He kisses me once after the vows, his mouth brushing mine with the emotional warmth of a signed document. And somehow that is worse than cruelty. Cruelty, at least, is alive. This is control so complete it doesn't need display. By the time the last powerful guest has left and the final fake smile has been delivered, I feel hollowed out. A handler, I don't know what else to call the silent men surrounding Salvatore at all times, guides us toward a private elevator. The doors close behind us with a whisper. Silence, just like that. No music, no laughter, no flashbulbs, no audience. Just me and my new husband. The title turns ugly in my head. Husband. I glance at our reflection in the mirrored elevator wall. We look beautiful together. That's the worst part. Like something from the cover of a dark fairy tale. I look luminous. He looks lethal. If I didn't know better, I'd think the woman in the mirror had won something. Salvatore doesn't look at me, one hand in his pocket, the other at his side. His face unreadable. His posture impossible to disturb. The knot of his tie is still perfect. So is mine, if mine were the sort of thing women wore around their throats when they knew better than to call it a leash. The elevator glides upward. I tell myself to breathe. I know what comes after weddings like this. Even if no one says it, everyone knows, especially in marriages arranged through power and pressure and polished lies. Wedding nights are not about tenderness. They are not about new beginnings. They are about confirmation, possession, expectation, ownership with the lights dimmed for formality. I should be prepared. I have spent my whole life being prepared, but there is something about the silence in this elevator that scrapes against my nerves. He isn't eager. He isn't drunk on victory. He isn't even looking at me like a man about to collect something he paid for. He's just still. The doors open into the penthouse. I step out first because standing there beside him feels impossible. The apartment is all shadow and glass and clean lines, so controlled it almost feels unlived in. The city stretches outside in glittering distance, cold and unreachable. No candles, no flowers, no staged romance. Of course not. This isn't that kind of marriage. I set my clutch on a console table near the entrance and turn slowly. He's standing a few feet away, watching me. No, not watching. Assessing. Again, like he still hasn't decided whether are worth tolerating. I smile because apparently I was born to die in beautiful defiance. Do I get a tour, I ask, or do your wives come with instructions instead? His expression doesn't move. You're still doing it. I blink once. Doing what? This. He doesn't gesture dramatically. He never wastes movement. His gaze is enough. It moves over my face, my posture, the easy arch of my mouth. The act. The words land square in the center of my chest. I keep my tone light. You make me sound exhausting. You are. That should annoy me. It does annoy me. But there's something under the irritation too. Something more dangerous. The sick little feeling that I am not winning this exchange and do not know how to change that. So I do what I always do. I move closer. One slow step. Then another. My gown whispers over the floor. The train drags like a secret behind me. I stop directly in front of him, close enough to catch the scent of him. Clean, dark, expensive, with something colder underneath, like iron in winter. I survived the ceremony, I say softly. Surely I've earned something better than contempt. He looks down at me, all hard angles and controlled silence, and my pulse gives one stupid hard kick. Why? He's not charming. He's not kind. He's not even pretending to want me. Maybe that's why. Maybe not being wanted makes me reckless. I lift my hand and smooth non-existent lint from the front of his jacket. My fingers barely touch the fabric. The gesture is intimate by design. Familiar. A small reclaiming of ground. Most men would react. Most men would lean in. Most men would mistake invitation for surrender. Salvatore catches my wrist, just like that. One firm movement. Not violent, not frantic. Worse. Certain. The breath catches in my throat before I can stop it. He notices. Of course he notices. His hand is warm around my wrist. My skin feels suddenly too aware, every nerve turned toward the place he's touching me. He looks down at his hand once, then back at me. I told you, he says quietly, I don't tolerate games. For one humiliating second, I don't have a line ready. I'm not playing, I say anyway, though it comes out softer than I intended. His thumb shifts once against the inside of my wrist, and the contact sends something sharp through me. Not pleasure, not fear. Recognition, exposure. You don't know how not to, he says. I hate him. A little for that. Because some treacherous part of me hears the truth in it. I've spent so many years smiling on command, dressing on command, speaking in carefully measured tones, turning myself into exactly what a room wants from me, that I'm not sure what version of me exists when the audience leaves. So I pull my wrist gently, and after a beat, he lets go. I step back. I hate that I'm the one stepping back. The room feels too large all of a sudden. The silence too intimate. I rest one hand against the edge of the table behind me because I need something solid that isn't him. What do you want from me? I ask. There it is. A real question. He hears it too. I can tell by the slight shift in his eyes, the way he goes even stiller, as though some hidden part of the night has finally begun. I want you to stop trying to control everything around you. The words make heat crawl up my throat. That's rich coming from you. It's accurate. Maybe I control what I can because everyone else already decided the rest. I don't mean to say it. I really don't. The sentence slips out raw and unpolished, and the second it does, I wish I could drag it back into my mouth and bury it there. But it's too late. He stares at me. Not at the dress, not at the smile, at me. And that is somehow the most unbearable thing he has done all night. No, he says after a moment, you control what they taught you to control. Image, access, response, none of that matters here. There is no cruelty in his tone. That would be easier. This is just clean dissection. My fingers tighten against the table edge. And what does matter here? His gaze doesn't leave mine. The truth. I almost laugh. It comes out brittle. You don't want the truth. Men like you never do. Men like me, he repeats. He says it so flatly that I instantly know I shouldn't have. But I'm too tired to pull back now. Men who buy women through family deals and call it order. His face changes then, barely. Just enough to tell me I finally touched something sharp. I should be afraid. I'm angry. Angry at him. Angry at tonight. Angry at the years behind me that made me good at smiling through things I wanted to scream about. So what now? I ask. Do we finish the contract? Is that the next item on the schedule? I expect irritation, maybe cold approval, maybe possession. What I do not expect is for him to step back, distance again, deliberate, clean. No. The word hits me harder than if he had touched me. I go very still. No? I repeat. You're tired, he says. Go to bed. I stare at him. For a second, I genuinely don't understand the words. This night has had a shape in my mind since the moment my father first said Salvatore's name. Cold, ugly, inevitable. I have been bracing for it the way people brace for impact. Not because I want it, because I know how these things work. And now he's standing there telling me to go to bed like I'm a guest. He's bored of entertaining. Humiliation burns low and vicious in my stomach. I should feel relief. Maybe I do, somewhere. But it's buried under something far less flattering. Rejection. I straighten my spine and slide the old smile back into place, even though it feels brittle now. Wouldn't want to disappoint the tabloids. They'll have expected something dramatic. I don't care what they expect. I'm beginning to notice. His gaze holds mine for one long second. Then he turns away, just like that. As if we are done. As if I am done. My chest tightens so sharply I almost put a hand over it. I don't, of course. I would rather bleed on this polished floor than let him see me wounded by indifference. So I gather what remains of my pride, turn on my heel, and walk toward the bedroom he clearly expects me to occupy. My dress trails behind me like surrender. I hate that thought the second it appears. Inside the bedroom, the door clicks shut softly. I stand there in the center of a room bigger than my first apartment, surrounded by luxury. So extravagant it feels impersonal. Everything is perfect. Everything is in place. I look at myself in the mirror. The woman staring back is stunning, hair still flawless, makeup untouched, diamonds blazing at her throat, mouth painted the color of ripe sin, a bride who looks like desire in human form. And yet, I have never felt less wanted. Slowly, I lift one hand and touch the necklace at my throat. My fingers are trembling, just a little, enough to make me furious. Because I know how to handle hunger. I know how to handle lust, performance, ego, and male vanity. I know how to turn every one of those things into leverage. But what am I supposed to do with a man who looks at me and sees right through the performance, then leaves me untouched anyway? Outside the closed bedroom door, the apartment is silent. But I know he's still out there. I can feel him in the stillness of the place, in the unbearable sense of being observed even through walls. And maybe I should be grateful. Maybe I should strip off this dress, wash off the makeup, and thank God my wedding night ended with distance instead of possession. Maybe I would, if he hadn't made distance feel so much like rejection. I close my eyes, breathe in, breathe out. Tell myself I don't care. Tell myself I've survived men far worse than a cold husband with a beautiful face and a God complex. Tell myself none of this matters. But even in the privacy of an empty room, I can't quite convince my own body. Because the truth is ugly. The truth is, I walked into tonight braced for force. I was not prepared for dismissal, and somehow, that hurts more. Chapter 3, I wake up alone. For one stupid, disorienting second, I don't know where I am. The sheets are cold and too smooth, the room is too large, the ceiling is unfamiliar. Morning light spills through the windows in pale gray strips, turning everything silver and distant and expensive. Then I remember. The wedding, the penthouse, the ring, Salvatore. My stomach tightens before I've even moved. I stare at the ceiling for another second, trying to collect myself before the day gets a chance to collect me first. My head aches faintly, not from champagne I barely drank, but from the kind of exhaustion that starts in the mind and settles deep into the bones. I turn my head. His side of the bed is untouched. Of course it is. For some reason, that still lands like something personal. I sit up slowly, pushing the silk sheets down to my waist, and the room comes into focus all at once. My dress from last night hangs over a chair in a puddle of white and glittering ruin. My shoes are near the door. My jewelry sits in careful, expensive lines on the vanity like evidence. Proof of the bride. Proof of the transaction. Proof of the fact that sometime between flashbulbs and vows, I stopped belonging to myself on paper. A soft knock sounds at the door. Not waiting long enough for me to answer, a woman steps inside with 2 garment bags, a tablet, and the kind of polite smile that says she has already been told exactly how to handle me. She's maybe in her 40s, dark hair pinned neatly back, black dress, efficient eyes. "Good morning, Mrs. Viscaro." I almost laugh. Almost. It is too early for that name to sound like anything but a threat. "Is it?" I ask. Her smile doesn't change. "Mr. Viscaro asked me to help prepare you for the afternoon." The afternoon. Not how I'm feeling. Not whether I'd like coffee. Not whether I slept. The afternoon. I slide out of bed and reach for the robe draped across the chair. It's cream silk, monogrammed at the cuff with a V. Of course it is. Nothing in this place forgets who it belongs to. "Do I get a name?" I ask as I tie it closed. "Or do all women here answer to his schedule?" That earns me the slightest flicker in her expression. Not offense. Not amusement. Just recognition. "Teresa," she says, "I manage the house." Manage the house. Interesting way to describe running a kingdom no one mentions aloud. "Hailey," I say. Another tiny pause. "I know. Of course she does." She sets the garment bags on the bed and taps the screen of her tablet. "You're expected at a luncheon at 1, then a private foundation meeting at 3, then dinner tonight with the DeLuca family." I stare at her. "I got married 12 hours ago." Yes. No apology. No adjustment. No room for argument. A laugh rises in my chest, but it comes out brittle. And here I thought I'd at least be granted 1 day to process my purchase order. Teresa studies me for half a second longer than necessary. Then, carefully, she says, "Mr. Viscaro believes appearances matter most in the first week." I turn away before she can see the flash of anger in my face. Of course he does. This isn't a marriage. It's a launch campaign. I walk into the bathroom and flick on the light harder than necessary. The woman in the mirror looks pale beneath last night's leftover perfection. My hair is messy in a way no stylist would approve of. My mascara has smudged faintly beneath my eyes. I should look softer like this. More human. Instead, I just look tired. I brace my palms against the marble counter and stare at myself. Mrs. Viscaro. The name makes my skin feel tight. A public woman by design, a private one by force. A daughter raised like an asset. A wife now expected to smile on command in a different house with a different man holding the strings. My throat burns. Not with tears. I don't cry easily. I was taught too young that tears are just confessions men don't deserve. Still, something hot and resentful twists low in my chest. He doesn't even want me, and he's already using me. That part gets under my skin more than it should, because if he desired me, I would know how to fight that, how to shape it, how to bargain with it. Desire is easy. Men make themselves stupid with it every day. But Salvatore doesn't look at me like a man with an appetite. He looks at me like a symbol he resents needing. That is a far more dangerous kind of man. By the time I finish showering, drying my hair, and letting Teresa's team paint me back into something polished, I feel less like a woman and more like a blade being sharpened for display. The dress she chooses is cream, elegant, expensive, and deceptively modest from the front. From the back, it plunges lower than respectability should allow. The jewelry is diamonds again, quiet ones this time, old money diamonds, the kind that whisper instead of scream. My makeup is softer than usual. My hair is sleek. The result is refined, controlled, Viscaro. I look in the mirror and understand immediately what he's doing. He's erasing me in installments. Not the body, not the face, the brand, the noise, the version of me the world already knows. He doesn't want Hailey Moretti. Social glitter and dangerous smile. He wants something cleaner, more acceptable, more his. That thought settles in my stomach like poison. Teresa must see something in my face because she steps closer and adjusts one of my earrings with careful hands. It's a beautiful look. It's a funeral look, I say. For what? I meet my own eyes in the mirror. The old me. She says nothing after that. At 12:30, one of his men escorts me downstairs to a black SUV waiting outside. The city is gray and hard-edged under the afternoon sky. Chicago in winter looks like it was built by men who think tenderness is structural weakness. The luncheon is at a private club, so exclusive even the air feels expensive. By the time I walk in, every conversation bends, not stops. That would be rude. Just bends. Faces turn, eyes sharpen, smiles bloom. A dozen. Women glance at my ring before they look at my face. Men nod as if I am an announcement rather than a person. Cameras are absent here, but it doesn't matter. This room is built on observation. Every blink gets catalogued. Every gesture means something. And at the center of it all, Salvatore. He's standing beside a long table of flowers and crystal and carefully plated food, speaking to an older man in a navy suit. He turns the second I enter, like he somehow felt the shift in the room before I did. His eyes move over me once, just once, that same assessing glance. But this time there is something else underneath it. Approval. Not of me, of the presentation. I hate how instantly I know the difference. He steps toward me and offers his hand like we're strangers being introduced. I place my fingers in his because not doing so would be an act of war, and I'm not ready to start one in a room full of predators. His hand closes around mine, warm, firm, brief. "This is my wife," he says to the table as if unveiling an acquisition. "Hailey, my wife. No softness, no pride, no affection, just placement." The older women smile at me with polished curiosity. The men nod with the kind of respect they reserve for territory markers. A blonde in emerald silk kisses the air near my cheek and says, "You're even more beautiful in person." Translation: I saw the headlines. Let's see if you survive them. "Thank you," I say with a smile sharp enough to cut glass. Lunch begins. It is endless. I sit at Salvatore's right hand while courses appear and disappear with military precision. Conversations drift from art foundations to real estate to politics so local and corrupt it feels hereditary. I smile in the right places. I answer questions elegantly. I laugh when required. I let them admire the ring, the dress, the poise, the old game. I can do this half dead, but that the difference now is Salvatore. He doesn't speak to me unless it serves a purpose, doesn't look at me unless someone else is watching, doesn't touch me unless a camera, or the social equivalent of one, is turned our way. When a photographer from some private society column slips in near dessert, his hand settles lightly at my waist. The contact is perfect, measured, proprietary. My body goes still anyway, because he knows exactly where to touch me in a room like this. Not intimate enough to be scandalous, just enough to remind everyone that I am under his name now. I turn slightly toward him, my smile effortless for the lens, and murmur from the corner of my mouth, "You do realize this looks almost convincing." His mouth barely moves. That's the point. The photographer gets the shot. His hand leaves my waist immediately after. I keep smiling, but something inside me goes cold. After lunch comes the foundation meeting. Women who run charities and men who fund them sit around a polished table discussing schools, hospitals, and public grants, while I am introduced like a jewel pinned to a suit lapel. Salvatore does not ask if I want to participate. He volunteers my attendance on 3 future committees. My attention shifts from the speaker to him so fast I nearly miss my own breathing. I wait until the room breaks for coffee before I corner him near a row of windows overlooking the lake. "Did you just assign me charitable obligations without asking?" He turns his head slowly, like the question barely merits the movement. "Yes." The calmness of the answer makes me want to slap him. "Do you intend to schedule my pulse too, or does that happen once the paperwork clears?" His gaze settles on me. "Cool. Unimpressed. You needed a role." "I had one." "You had a reputation." There it is again, that surgical contempt for the version of me the world knows. My smile returns on instinct, but this one is all teeth. "Funny, it made my family rich enough for you to marry." His eyes darken a fraction. "Not enough for anyone else to notice. Enough for me. That life is over." The words are soft, absolute. Something hot and vicious rises in my chest. "You do not get to decide that." He steps closer. Not enough to cause a scene, just enough that anyone watching would think we were sharing something intimate. Maybe we are. War can be intimate too. "In public," he says quietly, "you will not embarrass me." I go still. There are 100 ways he could have phrased that. 100 cleaner lies he could have told. But embarrass me. As if I am already halfway to shame in his mind. I lift my chin and look him dead in the eyes. "Then maybe don't treat me like something you dragged in on your shoe." A beat passes between us. His jaw flexes once. Then the expression disappears so quickly I almost think I imagined it. "When this week is over," he says, "no one will remember the girl you used to play." Girl, play. Every word he chooses feels designed to make me smaller. I should walk away. Instead, I smile like I'm not standing on the edge of violence. You say that like I'm the one performing. For the first time since I met him, something close to irritation flashes across his face. Gone in a second. But there, it shouldn't satisfy me. It does. Dinner is worse. The DeLucas are old money, old blood, old rules. Their dining room looks like a cathedral built for greed. I sit beside Salvatore while a woman 3 seats down asks if I miss New York's social season, and a man at the far end of the table jokes that Chicago will civilize me. Civilize. Like I'm some jeweled animal being retrained under new ownership. I smile and reply, I've always found civilization overrated. A few people laugh. Salvatore's hand settles on my thigh beneath the table, so suddenly I nearly stop breathing. No one can see it. From above, he looks as calm and composed as ever, one hand on his glass, one shoulder angled toward the man speaking across from him. But under the table, his fingers press once into the silk over my skin, a warning, a command, a reminder. Heat shoots through me before anger catches up to it, and the fact that my body reacts at all makes humiliation burn up the back of my neck. I set my fork down very carefully. If I turn my head, I know I'll find his expression unchanged. That makes it worse. He can touch me without looking at me, control me without acknowledging me. Public property. That is what this is. I don't look at him. I just say lightly to the table, forgive me, it's been a very long day. The hand leaves my thigh. I hate the sudden absence. I hate myself a little more for hating it. By the time we return to the penthouse, every muscle in my body is wound so tight I feel brittle. The door closes behind us. Silence again. That endless, elegant silence his world seems built from. I take 3 steps into the apartment before I turn around. What exactly is your plan? He removes his jacket and drapes it over the back of a chair with maddening precision. You'll need to be more specific. My life. The words come out sharper than intended. My face, my schedule, my voice, since apparently all of it now falls under your brand strategy. He looks at me then, really looks, and I hate how that alone feels like impact. I'm putting structure around chaos, he says. A laugh tears out of me before I can stop it. You think I'm chaos? I think you were manufactured to attract attention. That ends now. The cruelty of it is not in the volume, not in the expression. It's in the certainty. He says it like mercy, like he's rescuing me from myself instead of cutting pieces off and calling it refinement. I walk toward him slowly, too angry to care if it's reckless. You don't know a thing about me. No, he says, I know enough. No, you know what men saw when my family pushed me into rooms and told me to sparkle. You know the headlines, the photographs, the version that made everyone comfortable because it was easy to mock and easy to want. His eyes narrow slightly, the only sign I've struck something. I keep going because now that the truth is out, I want it to wound. You don't know what it costs to be what everyone wants in public and still go home feeling like a dressed-up lie. The last words leave me more naked than I intended. The room goes still around us. For 1 second, I regret saying it. For another, I'm glad I did. Because he heard it. I can tell by the way his face changes, not softening, never that, but sharpening into something more dangerous than contempt. Recognition. He takes 1 step toward me. Then another. I hold my ground because if I back up now, I'll never stop. When he speaks, his voice is low enough to feel private. Then stop lying. The words hit hard enough to make my eyes sting. Not because he's right, because I don't know how. That is the part I will never say aloud. So I smile instead. Crooked, mean, hurt. My mistake, I whisper. I thought marrying you might at least come with the luxury of being hated for the truth. For a second, something electric passes between us. Danger, heat, fury, recognition. Then he steps back, just like that. He breaks it first. Be ready at 10 tomorrow. I stare at him. That's your response? That's the schedule. He turns away, dismissing me with the same brutal calm he uses for everything else. And suddenly I understand the shape of my new life. He isn't going to break me with violence. That would be simpler, cleaner, easier to name. He's going to break me with management, with control, with public smiles and private correction, with the slow erasure of every version of me he finds inconvenient. And the worst part, the most humiliating, unbearable part, is that somewhere under all my anger, all my resistance, all my silk-wrapped fury, I can already feel the first edges of obsession forming. Not love, not even desire exactly. something darker. The need to crack him open. The need to make a man this controlled lose it over me. Because if he can stand there cold as winter and decide who I'm allowed to be, then maybe the only thing left for me to do is become the one thing he can't control. That thought follows me all the way into the bedroom. And long after the door closes, it still burns. Chapter 4, I wake up before the alarm. Not because I'm rested, because my body has already learned. There's a difference. The room is still dim, the sky outside barely lifting from black into that soft gray nothing that comes before morning decides what kind of day it wants to be. For a second, I stay still under the sheets, staring at the ceiling, trying to remember what it felt like to wake up without thinking about what version of myself I needed to put on. I can't. That realization sits heavy in my chest. Then I turn my head. His side of the bed is untouched. Again. Of course, I shouldn't care. I don't. I push the thought away before it can settle into something uglier. By the time I step out of the shower, Teresa is already in the room with a rack of clothes I didn't choose and a schedule I didn't approve. "Good morning," she says. It sounds genuine. That almost makes it worse. "What am I today?" I ask, toweling my hair slowly, watching her through the mirror. Her fingers move across her tablet. Breakfast meeting at 9. Office appearance at 11. Press presence at 2. Press presence. I almost smile. Do I get to speak, I ask, or just exist beautifully beside him? A flicker crosses her face. "You'll be briefed." "Of course I will." I set the towel down and walk toward the rack. The dress waiting for me is navy, elegant, restrained, tailored within an inch of its life. High neckline, long sleeves. No risk, no scandal, no me. I touch the fabric. "Do you ever get tired of dressing women like they're being edited?" I ask. Teresa's hands still for just a second, then resume. "Mr. Viscaro prefers consistency." Consistency. That word again. Clean, controlled, empty. I let out a quiet breath and step back. No. The word comes out before I think about it. Teresa looks up. I'm not wearing that. The silence stretches just long enough to feel dangerous. "Mrs. Viscaro?" No. I meet her eyes in the mirror. I wore what he wanted yesterday. I smiled when I was told. I sat, stood, spoke, and breathed on schedule. My voice stays calm. That's important. I'll pick my own clothes today. This isn't rebellion. Not yet. It's something smaller. But it matters, because if I let him choose everything, I disappear faster. Teresa studies me, really studies me this time. Not like staff, not like someone following orders. Like a woman trying to decide whether I'm about to make her job harder. Finally, she nods once, a small concession. Very well. She steps back from the rack, and just like that, I win something. Tiny, almost meaningless, but mine. I move to the closet and pull something of my own choosing. Black, sleek, structured. Not loud, but not obedient either. When I walk out of the bedroom 20 minutes later, I feel like myself again. Not fully, but enough to breathe. The dining area is already set. Of course it is. Coffee, fruit, toast, eggs, everything arranged with quiet perfection. And him. Salvatore sits at the table, reading something on a tablet, a cup of coffee untouched beside him. He looks up the second I enter. His eyes move over me once, that same slow, deliberate scan, and I feel it immediately. The shift. Not anger. Not yet. But something colder. More precise. Disapproval. I walk to the table anyway, sit across from him, pour my own coffee, because if I wait for permission, I'll never get it. Silence stretches between us. He doesn't speak right away. He lets it sit, lets it build. Like everything he does, you change the wardrobe, not a question. A statement. I take a slow sip of coffee. Yes. His gaze sharpens slightly. That wasn't what was prepared. I noticed. Another pause. Longer this time. He sets the tablet down carefully. Everything about him is controlled. Even the way he places things on a table feels intentional. Explain. The word lands flat, calm, absolute. I set my cup down, meet his eyes. I wanted to wear something I chose. It sounds simple. It is simple, but in this room, in this marriage, it might as well be a declaration of war. His jaw tightens just slightly, barely visible. "You don't choose," he says, and there it is. Not loud, not dramatic, but final. My chest tightens. I don't let it show. I think I just did. The words come out softer than his, but they land anyway. His eyes go completely still, and for the first time since I met him, I feel it. Danger. Real danger, not physical. Something worse. Controlled anger. He leans back slightly in his chair, studies me. Not the dress, not the performance. Me. You misunderstand your position. I almost laugh. Almost. I understand it perfectly. No, he says. You don't. His voice drops lower, quieter, more precise. You were placed here to serve a function. That function requires consistency, discipline, control. Each word is deliberate, measured. And deviation from that function, he continues, creates instability. Instability. Like I'm a risk. Like I'm something that needs to be managed. Something inside me snaps. Not loudly, not dramatically, but clean, sharp. I'm not a system, I say. No, he replies. You're an asset. The word hits harder than anything he said so far, because it's honest, because it's true, because it strips everything down to what this actually is. My throat tightens. I hate that he can do that. Say something so clean, it leaves no room to hide. I stand up slowly, push my chair back. Then maybe you should have chosen a quieter one. His gaze doesn't move. You don't get to choose what you are. I meet his eyes, hold them. I think I do. Silence, heavy, sharp. And then he stands, not fast, not aggressive, just rises. And suddenly the room feels smaller, closer. He steps toward me. One step, that's all it takes. My pulse jumps. I don't move. I won't. If you're going to challenge me, he says quietly, do it intelligently. My breath catches, just slightly, or don't do it at all. I swallow, force my voice steady. Maybe I'm still figuring out the rules. A mistake. Because something shifts in his eyes. Not anger. Not exactly. Something colder. You don't need to figure them out. He steps closer. Close enough that I can feel the heat of him. Close enough that my body reacts before my mind can stop it. They're simple. His voice drops. Lower. Quieter. More dangerous. You follow them. My heart is beating too fast now. I hate that. Hate the way my body betrays me in moments like this. I lift my chin, force myself to hold his gaze. And if I don't, the question hangs between us. Sharp. Stupid. Unavoidable. For a second, he doesn't answer. He just looks at me. Really looks like he's deciding something. And then he steps back. Distance. Again. But this time, it doesn't feel like release. It feels like something closing. Then you'll learn. The words are calm, controlled, final. And something in my chest goes cold. By the time I leave the penthouse, my phone is gone. I don't realize it at first. Not until I reach into my bag halfway down the elevator and find nothing. I check again, then again. Nothing. My pulse stutters. When the doors open, one of his men is waiting. Of course he is. Your phone, I say. He doesn't react. It's been removed, like it's an inconvenience, like it's nothing. Why? Mr. Viscaro's instructions. Of course it is. Of my chest tightens. That's not acceptable. He says nothing. Just opens the car door and waits. I stand there for a second. Wars, just one. Because this is new. This is different. This isn't public control. This isn't presentation. This is isolation. And suddenly I understand exactly what Salvatore meant. You don't choose. I get into the car anyway, because what choice do I have? The office is worse. Glass, steel, power. Men who move like decisions happen around them instead of to them. I'm walked through it like I belong there. Like I've always belonged there. Like I'm part of the structure now. Salvatore is already inside when I arrive. Of course he is. He's speaking to two men when I walk in. They stop immediately when they see me. Eyes shift. Assess. Calculate. Mrs. Viscaro, one of them says. Not Hailey. Never Hailey. I smile anyway, because I still know how to play, because that's the one thing he hasn't taken from me yet. But as I walk toward Salvatore, as I feel every eye in the room adjust to my presence, as I realize my phone is gone, my choices are shrinking, and my life is being rearranged without my consent, something settles in my chest. Not fear, not exactly. Something sharper, more dangerous. Understanding. This isn't about breaking me all at once. That would be too obvious. Too messy. Salvatore Viscaro doesn't destroy things like that. He does it slowly, quietly, piece by piece. And this morning was just the beginning. My first punishment, and the worst part? He never raised his voice. He never touched me. He never even looked angry. He just took something and made it clear he could take more, whenever he wants. Chapter 5. By the third day I understand something ugly. Control has a rhythm. That is what makes it dangerous. If Salvatore had screamed at me, I could have hated him cleanly. If he had grabbed me, bruised me, shattered something obvious, I would know exactly where to place my anger. I would be able to point to it, name it, build a wall around it. But this is worse. He edits, he redirects, he removes. My phone never reappears, my schedule gets tighter, my clothes arrive chosen, my appearances multiply. Every room I enter has already been arranged around me. Every smile I give is expected. Every silence I keep feels assigned. And somehow, he manages all of it without ever looking hurried, without ever looking cruel. That is the part that gets under my skin. Cruel men are easy. They want you to know what they are. Salvatore acts like he's improving me. By tonight, I am so tightly wound I feel brittle. The event is at one of his hotels downtown. Some black tie thing draped in crystal, politics, and expensive lies. A children's hospital fundraiser, which means every monster in the room has come dressed as a savior. I stand beside him in deep red silk chosen by Teresa, though this time I altered the look where I could. A darker lip, sharper earrings. A pair of heels just a little too dangerous for the sweetness of the dress. A reminder to myself, you are still in there. Even if he keeps acting like I'm not. The ballroom is glowing gold when we enter. Chandeliers overhead, string music in the corner, men with careful smiles, women with surgical grace. Everyone turns just enough to clock us without appearing obvious about it. Mr. and Mrs. Viscaro. That title follows me now like perfume I can't wash off. Salvatore's hand settles at the base of my spine as we walk in. That touch again. Public. Controlled. Measured. It shouldn't affect me anymore. It does. I hate that it does. He steers me through the room like he built it. Maybe he did. Maybe men like him always do. He pauses when needed, introduces me when useful, lets me speak just enough to charm, then cuts in before I can become too much. That's his pattern. Present me. Contain me. He introduces me to board members, donors, political wives. I smile. I answer questions. I let old instincts take over because they still know how to survive rooms like this, even if I'm beginning to hate the woman they turn me into. And through all of it, I can feel his attention. Not constant. That would be easier. Worse than constant, actually. Selective. Intentional. I can never tell when he's going to look at me, only that when he does, it feels like being pinned under something sharp and quiet. At some point, a woman in silver feathers and old money leans toward me over champagne and says, "You've adapted beautifully." I smile without showing teeth. That depends who you ask. Her brows lift, amused. "Oh, darling, in marriages like yours, there's really only one opinion that matters." I should laugh. Instead, I look straight past her shoulder to where Salvatore is speaking with a senator near the stage. He glances over at that exact moment, and whatever expression is on my face must be more honest than I realize, because something flickers in his eyes before he turns back to the conversation. The woman in feathers keeps talking, but I've stopped listening. I think about that sentence for the rest of the evening. In marriages like yours, there's really only one opinion that matters. By the time dinner begins, I am so exhausted by being displayed that I can feel the edges of my temper starting to sharpen. It's subtle at first. The wrong laugh. A question from a man at our table about whether I miss the New York scene. A woman asking if married life has settled me yet. I answer gracefully. Of course I do. But grace begins to taste like blood after enough swallowing. The breaking point comes near dessert. A young donor, too rich, too tan, too convinced of his own appeal, leans across the table while Salvatore is momentarily pulled into conversation with someone to his left. "Forgive me," the donor says with a smile meant to pass for charm, "but half the city assumed you'd never let anyone put a ring on you." I tilt my head. "Half the city enjoys being wrong," he grins, delighted, and the other half wondered whether Viscaro would survive trying. I should let it go. I know I should. Instead, I say, lightly enough for anyone overhearing to laugh, "That would imply he tried." The table goes very still, not visibly. No one gasps, no one freezes, but the air changes. The donor's smile flickers. The woman across from me lowers her glass too carefully. And to my left, Salvatore turns his head, slowly. His expression does not change. That's how I know I've crossed a line. For one suspended second, his eyes hold mine. Black, flat, completely unreadable. Then he returns to the conversation as if nothing happened. The rest of dinner passes in perfect politeness. I want to peel my own skin off. No one says anything. No scene is made. No correction comes. But the silence around me starts to feel deliberate, measured. And by the time we're back in the car, the quiet is unbearable. The city passes outside in cold streaks of light. Inside the car, it's all dark leather and the faint scent of him beside me. He sits angled slightly toward the window, one hand resting on his thigh, the other near the door, perfect posture, perfect stillness. I tell myself not to speak. I speak anyway. If you're going to say something, just say it. His gaze stays on the window. About what? That calm, that flatness, is its own form of violence. You know exactly what. Now he turns. Not quickly, not dramatically. He just looks at me, and for some reason that is always worse. You embarrassed yourself, he says. Not me. Yourself. It hits with surgical precision. My spine stiffens. That man was baiting me. And you were too undisciplined not to respond. I laugh once, sharp and humorless. Undisciplined. Right. Because God forbid I act like an actual human being instead of one of your polished little ornaments. His jaw tightens once. Barely. It's enough. You were not brought into my world to create spectacle. I stare at him. No, I was brought into your world to stand there and look expensive while everyone pretends this isn't ownership. Lower your voice. I'm in a moving car with my husband, not on a stage. His eyes go colder. That should stop me. It doesn't. Maybe because I'm tired. Maybe because I'm angry. Maybe because some part of me has started wanting to see whether this man can ever be pushed hard enough to fracture. Or what? I ask quietly. You'll take something else? The silence after that is instant. Total. Then the car turns toward home. The rest of the ride passes without another word. Which is how I know I should be worried. The penthouse doors close behind us with their usual soft finality. I get 3 steps into the apartment before his voice cuts through the silence. Come here. I stop. His tone isn't loud. It never is. That's what makes it worse. I turn slowly. He hasn't taken off his jacket yet. He stands near the entrance exactly as he did the first night I came here. Dark suit immaculate, eyes fixed on me with that same cold precision that always makes me feel as though he's seeing things I never intended to show. Every nerve in my body wakes up. I hate that it does. I'm tired, I say, because I am, and because I know disobedience has become the last ugly little corner of freedom I still own. His gaze doesn't shift. Come here, Hailey. The use of my name does something dangerous to the air. I should refuse. I almost do. Then I walk toward him. 1 step, then another. The hem of my dress whispers over the floor. My heels feel unsteady now, not because I'm weak, but because something in his face has changed. Not anger exactly. Decision. When I stop in front of him, there's less than a foot between us. I lift my chin. What? His hand comes up, not to strike, not roughly. He catches a strand of my hair near my shoulder and lets it slide through his fingers before dropping it. The intimacy of the gesture sends a sharp, unwelcome shiver through me. You wanted attention tonight, he says. No, I wanted not to be spoken about like I'm furniture. His hand finds my jaw, just like that. Firm enough to still me, not enough to hurt, but I feel owned by the touch immediately, and the realization makes my pulse jump. You're angry, he says. I stare at him, brilliant deduction, and reckless. Maybe I'm tired of being managed. His thumb shifts once near my cheek, then stop behaving like something that needs it. The insult lands hot. My eyes sting with fury so sudden it nearly humiliates me. I hate you when you do that. A pause. When I do what? When you say something horrible like it's wisdom. For 1 second his expression changes, only slightly. But enough. He studies my face as if he hasn't decided whether I'm being insolent or honest. Maybe I'm both. Then he says quietly, Good. I frown. What? His hand slides from my jaw to the back of my neck. I stop breathing. Because this is different. Not public, not strategic. This is private contact, direct and controlled and impossible to misunderstand. You should hate me, he says, and then he kisses me. There is no softness in the beginning of it, no hesitation. His mouth comes down on mine like a claim he's been withholding on purpose. My breath catches against him, sharp and startled, and his hand at the back of my neck tightens just enough to hold me there, while the other settles at my waist. Heat tears through me so fast it feels like panic. I should pull away. Instead, I make the mistake of freezing. He feels that. Of course he does. His mouth moves against mine once, hard, deliberate, waiting for resistance, as maybe even expecting it. What he gets is stillness. Not surrender. Not quite. Shock. I don't know what to do with this version of him, this controlled violence, this sudden possession. He tastes like champagne and danger, and the kind of mistake women ruin themselves over. He kisses me again, deeper this time, and my hands finally move, not to cling, but to brace against his chest. The fabric of his shirt is cool beneath my palms. He's solid under it, immovable. My pulse is a disaster. I turn my face slightly, breaking the line of the kiss just enough to breathe. Salvatore? He answers by kissing the corner of my mouth, then my jaw. The sound that leaves me is small and betrayed and nothing I wanted him to hear. His body goes still, just for a second. Then his hand at my waist tightens, and he walks me backward. One step, another, until my back hits the wall. The impact is not hard, but it sends a jolt through me anyway. He follows, crowding in close, one forearm braced beside my head, the other still at my waist, pinning me there with heat and height and impossible male certainty. This is what I expected on the wedding night. This is what I braced for. And somehow that makes it worse now that it's happening, because I am not prepared, not really. I have spent years acting like a woman who understands every look, every touch, every invitation. Years letting the world believe I know exactly how to weaponize desire. But being looked at is not the same as being here. Being wanted is not the same as being touched by a man like this. His mouth finds my throat. I flinch. The reaction is tiny, but he feels it. His head lifts immediately. In the silence that follows, I can hear my own breathing. Too fast, too shallow. His gaze drags over my face. The anger in his expression changes first, then the heat. Then something else enters, something colder, sharper, understanding. What, he says very quietly, is this? I hate the question the second he asks it. I look away. That's answer enough. His fingers flex once at my waist. Not hurting, just holding. Just there. Look at me. I don't. His hand leaves my waist and catches my chin, turning my face back toward him with controlled force. His eyes lock onto mine. There is no contempt in them now. That would be easier. There is calculation, realization, something dark and spiraling. How many? He asks. The room tilts. Humiliation crashes through me so hard I almost laugh from the violence of it. Of course, this is how it happens. Not in some tender confession. Not in privacy offered freely. Pinned against a wall in a dress I didn't choose, with my husband looking at me like he's found a flaw in the architecture. I swallow. Once. Then I say the truth, because apparently tonight I am too tired to lie beautifully. None. The word barely makes it out. But it reaches him. I watch it happen in real time. That impossible stillness that comes over him as though every thought in his head has slammed into every other one. His eyes search my face as if he expects to find performance there. He doesn't, because this, humiliatingly, is real. His hand drops from my chin. He takes one step back, then another. The sudden loss of his body's heat feels brutal. I press my spine harder into the wall just to stay upright. The silence is unbearable now. I can't look at him. I can't look anywhere else. Finally, he says, "Your file said." I laugh then. It comes out cracked and vicious. My file? The shame burns so hot it turns me cruel. Did your people build me out of headlines and assumptions? Is that where my worth lives for you? In a folder? His face hardens again, but differently now. Less cold. More dangerous. You let the world believe. Yes, I cut in, because if I let him finish, I might actually shatter. I let them believe exactly what my family needed them to believe. That I was glamorous and effortless and experienced and impossible to shame because men only respect women they can't imagine being innocent. The last word hurts on the way out. I wish I could take it back, but it's too late. Everything is too late tonight. His stare doesn't leave my face, and for the first time since I met him, Salvatore Viscaro looks off balance. Not visibly to anyone else, maybe, but I see it. I see the fracture. That should make me feel powerful. Instead, I feel flayed open. Hailey, he says. Just my name, nothing else. And somehow that is worse than all the insults. I push away from the wall before he can say anything more. I'm done for tonight. My voice is shaking. I hate that too. I take one step, then another, moving around him. He doesn't stop me. He doesn't touch me. He doesn't order me back. I get all the way to the bedroom door before his voice reaches me. I would have stopped. My hand still's on the handle. I close my eyes. Of course he would have. That isn't the point. The point is that he didn't know. The point is that he thought he did. The point is that he looked at me, judged me, arranged me, corrected me, possessed me without ever once asking who I actually was. I open the door. And that, I say without turning around, is supposed to make me feel better? Then I go inside and lock the door. It is childish, pointless. There is no real lock in a marriage like this. Still, the click of it gives me something tiny and sharp to hold. On the other side of the door, silence stretches. No footsteps, no command, no threat. I stand there in the dark, one hand over my mouth, the other pressed to my stomach, trying to hold myself together, while everything inside me shakes. I should feel safer now that he's stopped. I do, somewhere. Buried under the humiliation, under the anger, under the sick, twisting ache left behind by his mouth and hands, and the realization that my own body answered him before my pride could. That is the part I can't forgive. Not yet. Because for one terrible minute against that wall, I forgot the schedule and the contempt and the public management and all the ways he has been reducing me piece by piece. For one terrible minute, I wanted him to lose control, and now he knows something about me I never wanted any man, least of all Salvatore Viscaro, to find out. Outside the door I hear nothing, but I know he's there. Not standing at the door. He's too controlled for that. Still, I feel him in the silence of the penthouse, in the charged stillness left behind, in the knowledge that tonight changed something. He wanted possession. What he got was truth. And somehow, I think it shook him more than it shook me. That thought should comfort me. It doesn't. Because if Salvatore was dangerous when he thought he knew exactly what I was, I have no idea what he'll become now that he knows he was wrong. Chapter 6. I don't sleep. Not really. I lie in the bed with the lights off and my eyes open, staring at a ceiling I don't recognize, replaying every second of last night, until the memory stops feeling like something that happened and starts feeling like something that's still happening. His mouth, his hands, the way my body reacted before my mind could catch up, the way everything stopped. The question. How many? I press my hand over my face and exhale slowly through my fingers. I should be angry. I am angry. But it's not clean anger. It's tangled. Humiliation sits at the center of it, sharp and heavy, twisting every thought into something uglier. I let him touch me. I let him get close enough to see something real. I let him ask a question he never should have had the right to ask. And worst of all, I gave him truth. I don't know why that feels like the worst part. Sometime near morning, exhaustion drags me under for maybe an hour. When I wake again, it's to the quiet click of the door unlocking. I go still. My eyes don't open right away. I listen. Footsteps. Slow, controlled, familiar. He's inside. The air shifts the way it always does when he's near, like the room has decided to belong to him before anything else. I keep my breathing even. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe, or pride. The footsteps stop. Not at the door. Closer. Too close. I open my eyes. He's standing at the edge of the bed, watching me. Of course he is. There's something different about him this morning. Not softer, never that, but something has shifted. His gaze isn't dismissive anymore. It's focused, intent, like he's looking at a problem he hasn't solved yet. I push myself up slowly, dragging the sheet with me, holding it across my chest even though I'm still wearing last night's slip underneath. I locked the door, I say. It's the first thing that comes out, stupid, irrelevant, but it's all I have. Yes, he says, just that, no apology, no explanation. He moves closer. I feel it immediately, every nerve waking up again. My body remembers him too easily. I hate that. Don't, I say quietly. He stops, not because I asked, because he chooses to. The difference matters. The silence stretches between us, thick, heavy. Last night sits in the room like a third presence neither of us is acknowledging out loud. You should have told me. The words are calm, controlled, but there's something under them, something sharp. I let out a slow breath. And said what exactly? I ask, hello, I know you've already decided what I am, but just so you know, I don't actually fit the version you hate. His jaw tightens. You let the world believe something else. I laugh. It comes out hollow. Yes, I say, because that version of me was useful. His eyes narrow slightly. For who? The question lands harder than it should, because the answer is obvious. Everyone, I say. My family, the press, men who wanted something easy to understand, to slight. It's a lot easier to deal with a woman you think you've already figured out. And you think I'm one of those men. I meet his eyes. You already proved you are. That hits. I see it. Not in a dramatic way. Just a flicker. But it's there. He steps closer again, slower this time. More deliberate. I don't move. I don't back up. I don't know if that's strength or stupidity. Last night, he says, you reacted like... He stops. Like what? Like a woman who didn't know what to do? Like someone who wasn't performing? Like someone real? I swallow. Like someone you didn't expect, I finish for him. His gaze locks onto mine. Yes, there's no denial, no softening, just truth. That should make me feel better. It doesn't. It makes everything worse, because now I know. He didn't just misjudge me. He built his entire treatment of me on that misjudgment. Everything, his control, his distance, the way he spoke to me, the way he reduced me, was based on something that wasn't even real. You don't get to act surprised, I say quietly. I didn't ask you to define me. You made it very easy. The words are flat. I feel them land. My chest tightens. I did what I had to do, I say. And now? The question hangs between us, and for the first time since this started, I don't have an answer. Because now I don't know what I am in this house. The version of me he hates isn't real. The version of me that is real he wasn't supposed to see. Not like that. Not pinned against a wall with my breath shaking and my body betraying me. I don't know, I admit. The honesty slips out before I can stop it. His expression changes. Not much, but enough. Enough that I regret it instantly. He steps closer again. Close enough now that I can see the faint shadow along his jaw, the slight tension in his mouth, the way his eyes are searching mine like he's trying to pull something out of me. Good, he says quietly. I frowned. Yes. The word is softer than anything I've heard from him. And that is more unsettling than his anger, because I don't know what to do with soft from a man like him. I don't need you to understand yourself, he continues. I need you to stop lying. My stomach twists. I'm not lying. You are, he says, just not the way you think. His hand lifts, slowly, carefully, like he's giving me time to pull away. I don't. I don't know why I don't. His fingers brush a strand of hair away from my face. The touch is light, controlled, nothing like last night, but it hits harder because now it feels intentional, not reactive. Everything about you is calculated, he says, and last night it wasn't. My pulse stutters. I hate how easily he can drag me back into that moment. That doesn't mean you get to... I stopped. His voice cuts through mine, sharp, final. And he's right. He did. That fact sits between us like something heavy, something complicated. I look away. I don't want to give him that. I don't want to acknowledge that part, because if I do, then I have to acknowledge everything else that came before it. You stopped after you started, I say. That doesn't make it better. His hand drops. The loss of contact feels immediate, annoyingly immediate. I didn't know, he says. There's no excuse in it, no justification, just fact. I press my lips together. That doesn't change anything. It changes how I proceed. That makes me look at him. Really look. There it is again, that shift. Something in him recalibrating, adjusting. I don't like it. I don't trust it. How you proceed. I repeat, yes. Like I'm a situation, like I'm something to be handled. My chest tightens. I'm not a problem to solve. No, he says, you're something I misjudged. The words land differently, not softer, but heavier, because they're closer to something real. I don't know what to do with that either. Silence fills the room again, but it's not the same silence as before. This one feels unstable. Like something is shifting under the surface, and neither of us is fully in control of it. I'm not going to play this game with you, I say finally. What game? Whatever this is, I gesture between us. You don't get to decide who I am, then change the rules when it doesn't fit. His gaze doesn't move. I'm not changing the rules. Then what are you doing? A pause. Then, adjusting expectations. I let out a breath. Sharp. Frustrated. Of course you are, because that's what he does. He adapts. He recalculates. He controls, even now, even after being wrong. I'm still leaving, I say suddenly. The words come out before I can stop them. But the second they're out, I know I mean them. Not today. Not yet, but soon. His expression doesn't change. Where? The question is too calm, too casual, like he's asking where I plan to go for lunch. Somewhere that isn't here. That's not an answer. It's enough of one. His eyes narrow slightly. Not in anger, in thought. You won't get far. The words are simple, but they carry weight, not threat, not exactly reality, and I hate that more than anything. You don't know that. I do. The certainty in his voice makes something in my chest twist. Because part of me knows he's right. Not because I'm weak, but because this world, his world, is bigger than anything I've ever actually had to fight. I've survived attention. I've survived pressure. I've survived expectations. But this is different. Still, I'm not staying here forever, I say. My voice is steadier now, stronger. He studies me for a long moment. Then, noted. That's it. That's all he says. No argument, no threat, no command. just noted. And somehow, that unsettles me more than if he had tried to stop me, because it feels like he's already planning around it, already thinking ahead, already adjusting, and I don't know where that leaves me. He turns slightly, like the conversation is over, like this, whatever this is done for now. But before he leaves, he pauses, just for a second. Without looking back, he says, "You should eat." The words are almost normal. Almost. Then he walks out. And I'm left sitting in a bed that doesn't feel like mine, in a room that doesn't belong to me, in a life I didn't choose, with the unsettling, impossible realization that something has changed between us. Not better, not worse, just cracked. And once something cracks, it never goes back to what it was before. Chapter 7. By the end of the week, I learned the cruelest thing about survival. You can get used to almost anything if it happens slowly enough. Even this, especially this. The schedules, the appearances, the endless parade of rooms full of powerful people pretending they don't feed on weakness while quietly cataloging it in everyone else. The clothes laid out for me before I wake, the car doors opened for me, the eyes on me every time I step out under the Viscaro name. I adapt because I have always adapted. That's the sickness at the center of women like me. You learn early that if you can't stop the performance, the next best thing is mastering it. So I do. I become polished where I'm expected to be polished. Quiet when necessary. Sharp only in the places least likely to spill blood in public. Teresa starts watching me with something like caution instead of pity. The staff stop expecting me to crack in visible ways. Salvatore says less and less because there's less to correct. From the outside, it probably looks like I'm settling. From the inside, I am disappearing in elegant increments. Tonight is another gala. Of course it is. I'm starting to think powerful people would rather die in formal wear than ever sit quietly with themselves. This one is at the Art Institute, private donor event, old names, older money, the kind of room where women wear diamonds the size of apologies, and men stand beneath priceless paintings pretending corruption looks better in black tie. Teresa chooses a dress in deep midnight blue, severe neckline, fitted waist, bare shoulders. It's beautiful. But beauty in this house always comes with a strategic purpose. I stare at myself in the mirror while a stylist pins the last section of my hair into place. Too polished? I ask. The stylist smiles uncertainly, not sure if it's a real question. Teresa answers instead. Appropriate. That word follows me everywhere now. Appropriate. Refined. Consistent. Curated. Every pretty synonym in the world for controlled. I touch one of the diamond earrings, then lower my hand. Tell me something honestly, I say, still looking at my reflection. Did he ever actually want a wife, or did he just need a symbol he could seat beside him? The room goes quiet. The stylist very wisely busies herself up with packing brushes. Teresa meets my eyes in the mirror for exactly 1 second before saying, "Mr. Viscaro always wants what serves a purpose." I let out a soft laugh. That's not an answer. It's the closest one I have. Fair enough. By the time I step into the car, the sky over Chicago is deepening into navy. The city looks cold and expensive, all glass and ambition. Salvatore is already inside the SUV, one hand resting near his knee, dark suit immaculate, face unreadable in the dim light. He glances at me once as I slide in beside him. Just once, but there's a pause in it tonight, a fraction longer than usual. I notice because I've become pathetic enough to notice everything. "You're late," he says. I smooth my dress over my knees. By 90 seconds, I'm devastated. His gaze shifts back to the window. "You should be more careful." With time, with tone. I laugh under my breath. There it is. What? The warm welcome. I was starting to think marriage had softened you. His jaw tightens once, barely visible. That shouldn't satisfy me. It does. The car moves through the city in quiet, expensive silence. I can feel the shape of him beside me without looking at him. It's ridiculous, the way awareness works when you hate someone enough. Or maybe hate has nothing to do with it. Maybe once someone gets under your skin, your body stops caring whether the feeling is desire or fury. Maybe both are just forms of surrender. The museum is glowing when we arrive. Inside, the event is exactly what I expected, curated perfection. Champagne on silver trays, strings somewhere overhead, paintings staring down at us like witnesses who know too much. Women with old bloodlines and new faces. Men whose smiles never reach their eyes. The second Salvatore and I walk in, the room bends. That's what rooms do for him. I hate how natural he looks in places like this. As if power isn't something he wears, but something his body generates on its own. He moves without hurry, speaks without wasting words, and every person who approaches him does so with the subtle stiffness of someone who knows exactly how much can be lost by saying the wrong thing. And me? I am the beautiful addition on his arm, the proof of stability, the finishing detail. His hand settles at my back, guiding me through the crowd with that same controlled pressure he always uses in public. Not intimate, not tender, possessive in the most elegant way possible. I smile when spoken to, shake hands, offer gracious replies, mention the correct committees when older women ask how married life is treating me. Deflect questions about children with a laugh light enough to sound charming instead of hostile. I know how to do this. I hate that I know how to do this. At some point, a small group forms around us, trustees, donors, wives. Someone mentions press coverage from the wedding. Another person jokes that Chicago has claimed me now. Everyone laughs. I do too, because what else am I supposed to do? Then a woman in pearls, thin, elegant, somewhere around 60, the kind of woman who has spent a lifetime weaponizing good breeding, smiles at me over her champagne glass. We were all so curious, she says. Salvatore has always had such disciplined taste. You're quite a surprise. The group goes pleasantly still, the kind of stillness people use when they're pretending not to watch a small cruelty unfold. I smile because my body still mistakes smiling for armor. How lucky for all of us, I say. That surprise can be so refreshing. A few people chuckle. The woman smiles wider. Of course, though I imagine adjustment must be easier when one is finally given proper direction. There it is, not even hidden. I feel the sting instantly, hot and sharp under the skin. And before I can respond, Salvatore says very calmly, Hailey has had more than enough experience attracting attention. Refinement is a natural next step. The air leaves my lungs. It happens so quietly, no one notices except me. Refinement, a natural next step. The woman in pearls laughs softly, delighted. Others follow. Not loudly, not cruelly, not on the surface, just enough to seal the meaning of the moment. They understand him. They understand exactly what he just did. He took the version of me they all judged from afar and confirmed in one polished sentence that yes, she had been too much. Too loud, too visible, too lacking. But now under his hand she was improving. I feel every eye in the circle slide to me, waiting, measuring, wanting to see how well the new wife performs under elegant humiliation. My smile does not break. That is the most tragic thing about me. It does not break. I even hear my own voice when I say, I do try to be teachable. More laughter. Approving this time. Someone changes the subject. The circle loosens. Conversation flows again, and I stand there in a room full of art and power, feeling like someone just skinned me in public and called it etiquette. Salvatore's hand remains at my back for another few seconds, then disappears. I keep smiling for 10 more minutes. I talk to 3 donors, compliment one painting. Ask a trustee about a restoration grant I do not care about, nod at the right times, tilt my head when expected, exist beautifully. Then I excuse myself before my face stops belonging to me. The restroom is empty when I walk in. Of course it is. Women like the ones in that room do not leave events early enough to cry in bathrooms. They save that for private homes and locked bedrooms and pills hidden in crystal jars. I brace both hands on the marble sink and stare at myself. I still look perfect. That almost makes me laugh. My eyes are brighter than they should be, which means I'm closer to tears than I want to admit. My lipstick is flawless. My posture is still trained straight. No one looking at me now would know anything happened. That's the problem. In rooms like this, humiliation only counts if someone can prove it, and Salvatore is too intelligent to ever leave proof. He didn't insult me. Not technically. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't embarrass me in any way anyone could quote back to him later and win with. He simply agreed with their judgment. That's all. A clean little slice. A polished public reminder that whatever version of me existed before him was lesser. My throat tightens so hard it aches. I press my fingers to the sink edge until they hurt. Do not cry. Not here. Not because of him. I close my eyes and breathe through the heat behind them until it settles into something colder. Anger. Good. Anger I can use. Pain just makes a woman easier to move. When I open my eyes again, The door has not moved, the room is still empty, and my reflection looks exactly the same. That almost breaks me more than the comment did, because I suddenly understand that I could bleed internally for years in this marriage and still look gorgeous in photographs. A soft knock comes at the door. I go still. Then Teresa's voice, low and careful. Hailey? Of course she's here. Of course he sent a woman instead of coming himself. I straighten slowly. Come in. She steps inside and closes the door behind her. Her expression is unreadable in the mirror. You've been gone 15 minutes. So arrest me. Her gaze shifts to my face, to my hands gripping the marble, back to my face. She sees enough. Not all of it, but enough. Do you need a moment? The gentleness in the question almost undoes me more than anything else tonight. I laugh instead. Do I need a moment? I repeat softly. That depends. Is there one somewhere in this city that belongs to me? Teresa doesn't answer. I turn to face her fully, crossing my arms over myself because suddenly I feel cold, and that feels like a betrayal too. My body should be on fire after what he just did. It should be furious enough to melt the diamonds off my ears. Instead, I just feel hollow. Did he send you to collect me, I ask, or check whether I'm still decorative? Her face changes the tiniest bit. Mr. Viscaro asked me to see if you were all right. And there it is. So absurd I nearly smile. All right. I let the words sit between us. Then I nod slowly. Tell him I'm exquisite. Teresa's mouth tightens in a way that almost looks like pain. Hailey. No, I say sharper now, because if she says my name kindly, I might actually lose control. Don't. Please don't do the woman-to-woman thing with me right now. I don't have enough dignity left to survive compassion. Silence. Then she says quietly, he shouldn't have said it that way. I look at her. Really look. It takes me a second to process the fact that she's admitting it. Interesting, I say, because he looked very comfortable saying it. Her eyes lower for the briefest moment. Sometimes men who are used to control mistake cruelty for clarity. That line hits so close to the bone I can't even answer. I turn back to the mirror before my face gives anything away. After a moment, Teresa says, you don't have to go back out immediately. I meet my own eyes. I look beautiful. I look untouchable. I look like the kind of woman who would return to the ballroom and smile like nothing happened, which of course is exactly what I am. Yes, I say at last, I do, because if I don't go back out there, then he wins twice. Once when he cuts me, and again when he makes me bleed where people can see. So I fix nothing. There is nothing to fix. I just square my shoulders and walk out with Teresa trailing behind me like the ghost of a kindness I don't know how to accept. The ballroom is louder now, fuller. Salvatore is near one of the central galleries speaking with 3 men in tailored suits. He turns the second I reappear. Of course he does. His eyes meet mine across the room. No smile, no apology, no visible reaction at all. Just that same steady attention that always feels like being held in place by something invisible. I walk toward him, graceful, controlled, every inch the wife they expect. When I reach the group, one of the men nods at me politely. Mrs. Viscaro, I smile. Still surviving. A few of them chuckle. Easy, harmless. Salvatore says nothing. I stand beside him for another half hour while the event winds down. He introduces me to a museum chairman, mentions my involvement in one of the foundation committees, lets me speak about education funding to a woman who doesn't care. Publicly, we look immaculate. Privately, I am counting the seconds until the car ride home. It comes at last. The drive is quiet at first. City lights slide over the windows in long silver streaks. My reflection flickers there beside his. My diamonds, his profile, the space between us. I don't look at him when I speak. That was deliberate. No point pretending I need to explain. He knows what I mean. Yes, the answer is immediate. No denial, no soft evasion. Just yes. My laugh is small and mean. Well, thank God for honesty. I'd hate for this marriage to become emotionally confusing. He doesn't respond. I turn my head then, looking at him fully. He's watching me. Of course he is. Why? I ask. His gaze doesn't shift. Because you forgot yourself. I stare at him. The answer is so absurd, so offensively calm, that for a second I actually think I misheard. Forgot myself. At dinner with the trustees this afternoon, he says, you interrupted twice, you corrected me once, you made yourself the focus of the room. There it is, the charge sheet, the polished little list of my crimes. I feel something hot and sick rise in my chest. So you humiliated me in front of half the city because I spoke? I reminded you where the line is. The words hit like ice water. Not because they're loud, because they aren't. Because he says them like this is normal, rational, necessary. I lean back against the seat and look at him like he's something I can't quite believe is real. You really do think breaking a woman in public is the same thing as teaching her? His expression changes, barely. A fraction tighter around the mouth. I didn't break you. No, of course not, because if I'm still standing, men like him think the damage doesn't count. I smile then, not because anything is funny, because anger has nowhere else to go. You're right, I say softly. You just made sure everyone in that room understood I'm only valuable when I look less like myself. He says nothing, and the silence that follows tells me everything. He meant every word. He stands by it. Maybe he even thinks he was merciful. By the time we reach the penthouse, I have gone past fury into something colder. The doors close behind us. I slip off my heels near the entrance and leave them there. Let the diamonds bite at my ears for another second before I rip them off too, and set them on the table harder than necessary. He watches me, still silent. That silence is a trigger now. A beautiful, elegant trigger. I turn around. Say it again. His eyes narrow slightly. What? That I'm being refined, improved, managed into something more appropriate for your world. My voice sharpens with every word. Say it here, to my face, without the audience. The room goes still. He takes off his cufflinks and places them on the table one at a time. I did what was necessary. The answer is such a perfect distillation of him that I almost choke on it. No, I say, you did what was efficient. His gaze lifts to mine, and you keep mistaking those things for the same. That lands. I can tell by the way he stills. Good. For once I want something to land on him too. I step closer, not caring that I'm barefoot now, not caring that my hair is still perfect, my dress still immaculate, that from the outside I probably look like a painting of a woman losing her mind in couture. You want to know the worst part? I ask. It's not even that you did it. It's that you knew exactly how to do it without anyone being able to call you cruel afterward. That means you've practiced. His jaw tightens. Enough. My voice rises, finally, because apparently I am done being the only one expected to stay polished. True, you don't get to slice pieces off me in public and then come home and act like discipline excuses it. He steps toward me then, fast enough to feel dangerous. I stop breathing for 1 second. He stops a foot away. Too close, too controlled. His voice, when it comes, is low and lethal. You are in my house because your family signed a contract and forced both of us into an arrangement that benefits them more than it benefits either of us. Do not stand there and pretend you are the only one bleeding. The force of it stuns me, not because he raised his voice much, he didn't, but because for the first time emotion cracks through. Real emotion. Cold fury, yes, but alive. I stare at him, and in the space where my anger should answer, something else opens. Not pity, never that, but recognition. Pain wears many suits. Still, I don't let him off the hook. Then maybe, I say, quieter now, but no less sharp, you should stop making sure I bleed prettier. His face changes again. A tiny shift, a fraction. And there it is, that dangerous silence I've begun to understand. The one that comes when I hit something deeper than either of us planned to expose. For 1 second, I think he might say something real, something that matters. Instead, he steps back. Of course he does. Distance. Always distance when things get too close to truth. Get some sleep, he says. That is the moment something inside me goes hard. Not broken. Hard. Because sleep? After that, after carving me open in front of people whose approval I never wanted, but whose judgment still burns, the dismissal is almost elegant in its cruelty. I nod once, slowly. Of course. Then I walk past him without another word and go to the bedroom. I do not slam the door. That would be too obvious. Too emotional, too satisfying. Instead, I close it gently, lock it, and stand there in the dark for a long time, one hand still on the handle, my chest tight and hot and full of everything I did not let him see. Then I move to the mirror. I look exactly the same as I did before the gala. Hair flawless, makeup perfect. Skin glowing, mouth calm, no visible damage. I stare at my reflection until my vision blurs. Then, very slowly, I sit on the floor in a $1,000 dress and press my hand over my mouth to smother the sound that finally breaks loose. Not sobbing, not even crying the way soft women cry in movies. Just one terrible strangled sound. The kind that comes out when the pain is so sharp, it doesn't know what shape to take. I hate him then, truly hate him. Not the dramatic kind. Not the bright, fiery kind that burns itself out quickly. The deep kind, the kind that settles in the bones. Because he didn't just humiliate me. He made me help. He trusted my training to keep me smiling while he did it. He used the very thing that was forced into me to make the cut cleaner. And somewhere out in the apartment beyond this locked door, Salvatore Viscaro is probably still perfectly composed, still controlled, still certain he did what was necessary. But I know something now that I didn't fully know before. He can hurt me. Deeply, elegantly, precisely. And if I'm not careful, if I keep standing in front of him with all this anger and pride and stupid, dangerous hunger to be seen, he's going to learn exactly how much deeper the blade can go. Chapter 8. The next morning, I am perfect. That is the first lie of the day. The second is that it takes effort. It doesn't. That's the sick little miracle of women who've been trained too well. You can shatter in the dark and still wake up knowing exactly how to pin your hair, smooth your voice, and walk into daylight like nothing inside you is bleeding. I shower, dress, let Teresa fasten diamonds at my ears with careful, quiet hands. I say almost nothing. She notices, of course. Everyone notices eventually when a woman like me goes quiet. Men think silence means obedience. Women know better. Silence usually means the damage has moved somewhere deeper. She stands behind me while I sit at the vanity, watching my reflection with the kind of restraint I'm starting to recognize as pity she's trying not to show. You don't have to wear the blue again for the luncheon circuit, she says. There's a cream look prepared. I stare at myself in the mirror. My face is composed, smooth, untouched. That almost makes me laugh. Surprise me, I say. My voice sounds strange to my own ears, flat, not sharp enough to be angry, not soft enough to be calm, just absent. Teresa's hands pause for half a second on the clasp of my bracelet. Then she finishes fastening it and steps back. When I stand, the woman in the mirror is stunning. Elegant cream dress, hair in a polished twist, diamond drops at her throat. Not a single sign that last night I sat on a bedroom floor with my hand over my mouth, trying not to break loudly enough for the walls to hear. This is what performance becomes when you do it long enough. Not a mask. A second skin. I find Salvatore already in the dining room. Of course I do. He's standing near the windows with coffee in one hand, his phone in the other, speaking quietly to someone. His voice is low and clipped, every word efficient. He glances up when I walk in. That look, that quick measuring look, I used to hate it because it felt like judgment. Now I hate it. Because I know he sees me. Not all of me, not truly, but enough to know when I'm fighting, enough to know when I'm not. He ends the call without another word and sets the phone down. For 1 second, neither of us speaks. I cross to the table, sit, pour coffee. My hands are steady. That seems to bother me more than if they weren't. You're quiet, he says. I don't look up. I'm learning refinement. The silence that follows is instant, sharp. I stir cream into my coffee I don't want and keep my eyes on the cup because if I look at him, I might say something uglier, something realer, something I won't be able to take back. He moves toward the table. I feel the shift in the room before I hear the chair. When he sits across from me, the air changes, not because he's loud, because he never is. Because when a man like Salvatore pays attention, it feels like gravity. I said what was necessary, he says. There it is. Not an apology. Never that. A justification polished into a sentence. I take a sip of coffee. It tastes like nothing. I know. My voice stays even. That takes more strength than screaming would. His gaze stays on me. You were testing boundaries. I was breathing. That isn't the same thing. A tiny smile touches my mouth then. Not warm, not pretty, just tired. No, I say softly. I imagine in your world it rarely is. His jaw tightens once, that tiny, almost invisible sign of strain. Usually it would satisfy me. Usually I'd push harder just to see it again. Today I feel nothing. Or maybe I feel too much, and everything has gone numb around the edges. He studies me for a long moment. You're angry. I look up then, meet his eyes. No, I say. And for the first time since I met him, that's not quite a lie. Anger is hot, alive. This is something colder, something that settled in after the humiliation and stayed. It takes him a second to understand that. I watch it happen, the way his gaze narrows slightly, the way stillness deepens around him, The way a man used to provoking reactions realizes he may have pushed too hard in a direction he didn't intend. Interesting. I lower my eyes again and tear a piece of toast I never eat. The silence stretches. Then he says, "You'll join me at noon." Of course. Then the foundation board at 3. Of course. His voice sharpens slightly. And dinner tonight with... Of course. That stops him. I know without looking that it does. I can feel the pause, the interruption in his rhythm. It should please me. It doesn't. That's the problem. Nothing pleases me right now. Nothing rises high enough to matter. I sit there in cream, silk, and diamonds, answering like a woman whose spirit has been smoothed down to something easier to manage, and somewhere deep inside, I know I should care more about that than I currently do. But the caring part of me is tired. So tired. Hailey. Just my name. Low. Controlled. A warning, maybe, or a question. I lift my gaze to his. Yes, he watches me too closely, like he's trying to figure out what changed overnight, like he can feel the difference but doesn't know what to call it yet. Good. Let him sit in that for a while. After breakfast, the day moves the way these days always do. Cars, handshakes, tailored rooms, curated smiles. Chicago unfolds around me in shades of glass and steel and winter light. I sit beside him in the SUV and speak only when spoken to. At the luncheon, I answer questions elegantly. At the foundation board, I nod at the right moments and offer one thoughtful comment about community outreach that makes 2 older women smile approvingly. Salvatore watches all of it. Of course he does. Everyone else probably thinks he's pleased. Maybe he is. I am exactly what he wanted, aren't I? Polished, quiet, disciplined, no sharp little jokes, no public resistance, no spark that might pull attention the wrong way. If this is refinement, then it feels a lot like death in couture. At some point during the board meeting, a woman named Eleanor touches my hand and says, "You've settled beautifully into your role." I smile at her because she means it as kindness. That's what almost breaks me. The cruelty last night hurt. But this soft approval for how gracefully I'm disappearing, this is worse, because it means the transformation is visible. And worse than that, it means it's working. When the meeting ends, Salvatore and I walk out together through a long corridor lined with abstract art and impossible silence. His hand rests briefly at my back as we pass 2 trustees headed the other direction. The second they're gone, his hand leaves. I don't react, or at least I don't think I do. But a minute later, when we step into the private elevator alone, he turns to face me fully. What is this? I lean against the mirrored wall and look at my reflection instead of him. The woman staring back at me looks serene, expensive, empty. I'm not sure what you mean. His voice drops lower. You haven't fought me all day. That makes me look at him. Really look, there's something almost accusatory in his expression. The irony is so vicious I nearly laugh. You noticed, yes. I tilt my head. Congratulations. I'm becoming easier to manage. His eyes go colder. That isn't what I want. I blink at him once, slowly, because maybe I'm more tired than I thought. Maybe the humiliation scrambled something in me permanently. Or maybe he's just more delusional than I realized. You don't want me quiet, I say. You just punish me when I'm not. His mouth tightens. I punish disrespect. I nod once like that answer matters, like it means anything at all. I see. And I do. That's the problem. I see too much now. The elevator doors open, but neither of us moves immediately. The silence between us thickens. His gaze stays fixed on my face like he's trying to force some reaction back into existence. I almost pity him for a second. Not because he deserves it, because men like him never understand the difference between control and damage until the damaged thing stops moving. He steps closer, one measured step. I don't move away, not because I'm brave, because I don't have the energy. His voice is quiet enough to feel private. Say what you're thinking. I hold his eyes, then say the truth, because apparently I'm tired enough now that honesty slips out easier than performance. I'm thinking this is probably what you wanted. His brows draw together slightly. This? A wife who doesn't challenge you, doesn't embarrass you, doesn't make you use that cold little voice like you're correcting a dog in public. Something flashes in his eyes. There. A hit. Good. But I don't stop. Maybe you should enjoy it. I'm sure it's very peaceful. I move to step past him. His hand closes around my wrist. Not rough, not gentle. Familiar now in a way that unsettles me. I go still. The elevator doors begin to close behind him, then open again when no one exits. His fingers tighten just enough to make the point. Don't do that. I look down at his hand, then up at his face. Do what? That. His voice is lower now, harsher around the edges. This distance. This absence. My heartbeat stutters once, not from fear, from the sheer, unbelievable audacity of him. I let out a soft breath that almost sounds like a laugh. You don't get to cut me open and then complain when I go quiet. For 1 second, something happens in his face. A crack. Not guilt, he'd probably choke on that before he admitted it, but recognition. Real recognition. His hand loosens. I pull my wrist free. This time he lets me. Interesting how quickly power changes shape when truth is involved. I step past him into the hallway. He follows a second later. No one around us would know anything was wrong. We look immaculate. We always do. Him in dark charcoal, me in cream and diamonds. A perfect political marriage in motion. But beneath the surface, something ugly is breathing. The ride back to the penthouse is silent. I don't speak because I have nothing left to offer the silence. He doesn't speak because I think, for once, he doesn't know what to say. That should feel like victory. Instead, it just feels sad. Back at the apartment, I head straight for the bedroom to change for dinner. I'm halfway through unfastening the bracelet at my wrist when the door opens behind me. I don't jump. That's how far gone I am, apparently. Even intrusion barely registers now. I meet his reflection in the mirror. You've developed a charming habit of entering rooms as if privacy is offensive. His gaze moves over me once, the cream dress, my bare shoulders, the bracelet half off, the distance. You didn't answer me. I slide the bracelet onto the vanity. I thought I did. You didn't. I turn then, leaning back against the dressing table. My body feels heavy. My mind feels too clear. What do you want, Salvatore? He goes still at the sound of his name. Good. Let him feel something too. That. When he speaks, his voice is calm again, but there's strain under it now. Something pulled too tight. I want you to stop retreating every time I correct you. A laugh leaves me before I can stop it. Not bright, not amused, just disbelieving. Correct me. I shake my head slowly. That's what you call it. It's what it is. No. I push off the table and take one step toward him. Correction is fixing someone's posture before a photograph. Correction is reminding them which fork to use. What you did was humiliation with good manners. The words land hard. I can tell. His face doesn't change much, but his eyes do. A fraction darker, more focused, more dangerous. And now, he asks. The question hangs there, sharp. I fold my arms loosely over myself, not for defense exactly, but because suddenly I feel cold. Now I understand the assignment. He stares at me. Which is? To be beautiful, controlled, useful, quiet enough not to offend you, pretty enough to impress the room, real enough to warm your bed when you decide. I'm properly trained for it. His jaw clenches. There it is, I whisper. That look, the one you get when I say the ugly part out loud. He takes one step toward me. I don't back away. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm too tired to be afraid of anything tonight. That isn't what this is, he says. The force in his voice surprises me. Not because it's loud, because it sounds real. For one dangerous second, I almost ask him what this is then. Almost, but I stop myself. Because I think I know exactly how this ends. He says something careful. I say something sharp. The room fills with all the things neither of us will admit. Then he steps back, resets, and leaves me alone with the echo of it. I am suddenly too tired for another circle. So I give him the easiest thing in the world, nothing. I hold his gaze for one beat too long. Then I turn back to the mirror and start removing my earrings. The silence behind me changes immediately. Tightens. I can feel him standing there, not moving, not speaking, watching me choose absence over argument. And that affects him. Interesting. After a moment, he says, "Dinner is in 40 minutes. I nod once. Of course. When I hear the bedroom door close behind him, I sit very still at the vanity with one earring in my hand and stare at my own face. There's the strangest sensation spreading through me. Not triumph. Not relief. Nothing that simple. It feels like floating too far from shore and realizing the panic should have come sooner. Because the truth is, I am not just withdrawing from him, I am withdrawing from myself too. The sharp-tongued woman who fought him at every turn feels far away now, like someone I used to know, someone louder, braver, less tired, and maybe this is temporary. Maybe tomorrow I'll wake up furious again and ready to slash at him with whatever pieces of myself I have left. But tonight I feel hollowed smooth. And when I think about dinner, about another room, another gown, another performance beneath his name, all I feel is a quiet, terrifying nothing. By the time we leave for the evening, I am breathtaking. That is what the mirror says. What the mirror does not say is that I feel like a beautifully arranged body walking beside him. At dinner, I smile when expected. I answer softly. I let women compliment my grace. I let men nod approvingly at my restraint. I sit beside Salvatore and do everything right. And all through the meal, I can feel his attention cutting toward me in careful, infrequent glances. He should be satisfied. He isn't. I know that without looking. I know it when his fingers brush mine once reaching for a glass and linger a half-second too long. I know it when he interrupts another man to answer a question directed at me, then watches my face like he regrets it. I know it when his leg shifts under the table just enough to touch mine, deliberate or accidental, and the contact remains there for one dangerous second before he moves away. He is unsettled by my silence. Good. Let him sit in it. Let him hear what the absence sounds like after he created it. Later that night, back at the penthouse, I finish undressing in the bedroom with the door closed and sit on the edge of the bed in a silk slip, staring at the dark windows. The city glows outside, remote and brilliant and indifferent. I think about how easy it would be to vanish in a place like this. Not physically, emotionally, to become exactly what the world rewards in wives like me, a lovely, well-behaved ghost. The thought should horrify me. Instead, it just makes me tired. There's a knock at the door, not loud, not urgent. I know it's him without asking. I don't answer. A second later, his voice comes through the wood. Hailey. I close my eyes. Wait. He says my name again, lower this time. I look toward the door and feel nothing rise in me strong enough to make me move. Finally, I say, "What?" Silence. Then, "Open the door." I nearly smile. The old me would have made a joke, said something sharp and pretty and dangerous. Tonight, I just answer honestly. I don't want to. The quiet on the other side goes deep enough to feel physical. Then I hear his hand on the knob, a pause. He doesn't enter. Interesting. Maybe even he knows the wrong kind of force tonight would shatter something neither of us can put back. After a long moment, he says, "You can't keep doing this." I stare at the dark window. "Yes," I whisper, "I can." And that, more than any scream or insult or slammed door, is the truth of tonight, not the fight, not the humiliation, not even the silence. The truth is this: he hurt me, and now I am showing him exactly what hurt looks like when it stops performing for him. Chapter 9. By the second week of the marriage, people start calling me graceful. It happens often enough that I begin to hate the word. Graceful at luncheons, graceful at charity meetings, graceful beside him, graceful under scrutiny, graceful under pressure, graceful as if what they're really saying isn't "look how beautifully she bends." I say thank you every time. Of course I do. There are days now when I move through these rooms so smoothly, I almost frighten myself. Smile here. Sit there, touch his arm when the camera lifts. Lower my eyes when an older woman offers advice disguised as affection. Speak softly enough to be praised for intelligence, but never enough to threaten the men. I could do this in my sleep. Maybe I am. Maybe that is why everything feels slightly far away now, like I'm living underwater and the whole city is speaking to me through glass. This afternoon, I'm in one of the foundation offices reviewing a stack of sponsorship notes I do not care about when Teresa steps in with that careful expression she wears when she's trying not to look like a messenger of doom. "Mr. Viscaro wants you upstairs." I don't look up from the papers immediately. Does he want my mind, my face, or my signature? A pause. "Your presence." Of course. I set the papers down and smooth my hand over the skirt of the pale gray dress she chose this morning. It's elegant, minimal, so tasteful it almost disappears. I am beginning to suspect this is not an accident. When I stand, Teresa watches me for a second longer than necessary. "You should know," she says carefully. "His mother is here." I blink. That gets my attention. His mother. Yes, that one word changes the shape of the air, because mothers in families like this are rarely just mothers. They're historians, strategists, keepers of bloodlines and appearances and old wounds everyone pretends are tradition. I should be nervous. Instead, I just feel tired. "Wonderful," I murmur. Nothing soothes a marriage quite like maternal evaluation. Teresa almost smiles. Almost. She isn't what you think. I look at her. What do I think? That she'll bite. I let out a soft breath. All women in worlds like this bite. The only difference is whether they do it in public. Teresa says nothing to that, which is answer enough. Salvatore's private floor always feels colder than the rest of the building. Maybe it's the glass, maybe it's the silence, maybe it's just him, soaked so deeply into the architecture that every room bends around his control. When I step out of the elevator, one of his men opens the office door for me without a word. Inside I find 3 people. Salvatore, standing near the windows, of course. An older woman seated on the sofa in a perfectly cut black suit with a strand of pearls at her throat and silver threaded elegantly through dark hair. And another woman I don't recognize at first. Younger than the older woman by at least 20 years, maybe early 40s. Beautiful in a hard, lacquered way. Expensive blazer, perfect hair, mouth sharpened by habit. The younger woman turns first. Her gaze moves over me in one quick, assessing sweep that tells me exactly what kind of woman she is. One who misses nothing. One who has already decided she won't say the unkind thing first if she can make me say it for her. The older woman rises. Hailey. Her voice is warm enough to surprise me, not soft, not weak, but warm. I incline my head. Mrs. Viscaro. She smiles. Lucia. Interesting, very interesting. I glance at Salvatore, but his expression gives away nothing. He watches me the way he always does now, too closely, too quietly, like he thinks I might vanish if he looks away at the wrong moment. Good, let him worry about that. Lucia gestures elegantly. Come, sit. The younger woman says nothing, but she is still watching me with a focus that feels surgical. I cross the room and sit on the sofa opposite them, folding my hands in my lap because if I start playing with the ring on my finger, I might not stop. This is Bianca, Lucia says, a longtime friend of the family. Bianca gives me a cool nod. Hailey. Translation, I know exactly who you are, and I'm still deciding what to make of it. I smile the way women like me learn to smile in rooms like this. Pleasant, unreadable, impossible to punish. Bianca. Salvatore remains standing. Also interesting. He could sit. He doesn't. I'm starting to understand that stillness is one of his weapons. If he stands, everyone else feels arranged around him whether they mean to or not. Lucia studies me for a moment. Not in the ugly, prying way I expected. More like she's reading something beneath the surface and trying to decide whether it pains her. You look tired, she says finally. I almost laugh. Of all the things I thought his mother might say, that wasn't one of them. I keep my tone light. Marriage agrees with me beautifully. Bianca's mouth curves faintly. Not amusement. Recognition. Lucia does not smile. No, she says, it doesn't. The room goes very still. From the corner of my eye, I feel Salvatore's attention sharpen. Lucia turns her head slightly toward him without taking her eyes off me. Leave us. I blink. Bianca blinks too. Salvatore does not move. Mother. Salvatore. Just one word. Flat. Absolute. And suddenly I know exactly where he learned that tone. He holds her gaze for a beat too long, then looks at Bianca. Come with me. Bianca rises at once, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her blazer. Interesting again. She obeys him, but not like staff. Like someone who understands the hierarchy and dislikes it enough to notice. As they leave, Salvatore glances at me. It's quick, unreadable, but it feels loaded anyway. Then the door closes, and I am alone with Lucia Viscaro. For 1 second, neither of us speaks. Then she sits back down and gestures for me to do the same. I already am sitting, but I understand the intent. Relax, or pretend to. I fold one leg over the other and wait. Lucia studies my face, not my dress, not the ring, not the version of me the city knows, my face. That is somehow more unnerving than cruelty would have been. Finally, she says, he's handling this badly. I stare at her. Well, there it is. I look away before my expression can betray me. That may be the kindest thing anyone has said to me in this building. A sound almost like a laugh escapes her. Then everyone here is a coward. I shouldn't like her. I do anyway. That feels dangerous. Lucia leans back slightly, crossing one elegant leg over the other. He believes control is mercy. I let out a slow breath. That explains more than I'd like. It shouldn't excuse anything. That surprises me enough that I look at her fully. She notices. Of course she does. I know what people think of women in families like mine, she says. That we raise sons into kings and then call the blood on their hands tradition. I say nothing. Silence can be honesty too. The faintest smile touches her mouth. At least you're not a liar. I almost say you have no idea, but stop myself. Because that isn't true anymore. Or not as true as it used to be. Lucia's gaze rests on me with quiet intelligence. He told me enough to think he'd married a certain kind of woman, she says. Then he stopped speaking halfway through the explanation. My throat tightens slightly. Of course he did. He doesn't like being wrong, I say. No, she replies. He likes it even less when the error is human. That lands deeper than I expect. Because yes, that is exactly it. Salvatore can manage strategy, power, territory, money, outcomes. But people? Real people, with history and damage and contradictions, he treats them like systems until they bleed. Lucia watches something move across my face. Tell me who you are. The question is so simple it almost breaks me. Not because I don't know. Because I do know. And I have spent years surviving by offering versions instead of truth. I let out a soft breath and looked down at my hands. My family needed me to be visible, I say slowly. Beautiful in obvious ways. Easy to explain, easy to display, easy to use. Lucia says nothing. She just waits. No interruption. No correction. I go on because apparently that makes me reckless. My mother dressed me like attention and called it confidence. My father brought me to dinners when I was still too young to understand that every compliment was actually a bid. Every photograph had a purpose. Every laugh was an investment. The office is so quiet I can hear the faint hum of the city behind the glass. I swallow. I learned quickly that men are kinder to women they think they understand, and the easiest woman to understand is the decorative one. A tiny silence. Then Lucia asks very gently, "And were you?" I look up at her. This is the dangerous part, the part where I could still slide sideways and offer something pretty instead of real, but I'm tired. So tired. No. I say, the word leaves me clean. I was whatever got everyone through the room. Lucia's eyes soften. Not pity. Worse. Understanding. Your family built a mask and taught you to breathe through it. I laugh once, small, bitter. True. Yes. The word hangs there between us. Then she asks the question I somehow knew was coming. And he believed the mask. My mouth curves in something that definitely isn't a smile. He despised it. Lucia's gaze sharpens. Despised you? No. I hold her eyes. That would have required him to know me. Something changes in her expression then. Small. But there. A mother's pain, maybe. Not for me exactly. For what her son has become. For how accurately a stranger can describe it. He's not his father, she says. I didn't mention his father. Interesting. No, I say carefully, but he's someone's son. That one lands. She goes very still, then exhales slowly through her nose, like I've touched something she does not offer many people. Bianca was married to a man like that, she says after a moment. All control, all discipline, a man who thought precision made him righteous. I think of the woman's cold eyes, the polished mouth. What happened? He died, Lucia says flatly. I blink. Well, a corner of her mouth lifts. You see why I like direct women. I laugh before I can stop myself. It's small, barely there, but real. And because the universe enjoys cruelty, that is the moment the office door opens. Salvatore steps back inside. He stops when he hears the tail end of the laugh. His gaze moves from his mother to me and settles there. Still, focused, almost suspicious. Interesting. Bianca enters behind him, her expression unreadable, and takes her place near the door instead of sitting again. Lucia does not rise. She simply looks at her son and says, "You were wrong." The silence that follows is immediate, cutting. Salvatore's face gives nothing away, but something in the air hardens. "Mother." "No." Lucia says, "You do not get to flatten a woman into a rumor and then act shocked when she bleeds like a person." I stop breathing. Bianca looks at the floor. Salvatore's jaw tightens, only once, only slightly. Enough. This is not your concern. Lucia's smile is elegant and merciless. Everything my sons do becomes my concern when they start repeating inherited mistakes. There it is again, the father. A shadow in the room no one names directly. Salvatore takes one slow step forward. His voice, when it comes, is low and controlled and just a little too quiet. "You've made your point." "Have I?" Lucia asks. She turns her head and looks at me. Not him. Me. Because I don't think she believes you understand it yet. The room goes cold. I want to disappear. I want to stay. I want to watch this fracture all the way through and see what falls out of him. Salvatore looks at me then. really looks, and for one disorienting second, I see something in his face I've never seen before. Not contempt, not irritation, not control, uncertainty. It is there and gone so quickly I almost think I imagined it. Hailey, he says. Just my name. But the way he says it now is different. Not softer, more careful. That should not affect me. It does. I stand because sitting suddenly feels impossible. I should go. No, Lucia says calmly. You should stay. Bianca glances up at that. Salvatore's gaze remains on me, and for the first time since I met him, he doesn't issue a command. He asks, "Will you stay?" The room tilts, very slightly, maybe enough to break a lesser woman. I am not lesser, but I am tired, and this day has already taken shapes I wasn't prepared for. I look from him to Lucia, then back. He waits. No pressure in his tone, no steel, no order, just waiting. That is somehow more dangerous than force, because now I have to choose, and choice in this marriage is a sharper weapon than anyone admits, so I say the truest thing I have. For what? His eyes hold mine, so I can hear the part I got wrong. The honesty of that answer slices deeper than cruelty. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what it means. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe it's strategy. Maybe he's simply adapted again and found a more efficient route to control. But maybe, and this is the dangerous thought, maybe something in him actually cracked. Lucia says nothing now. Smart woman. She knows this part doesn't belong to her. I look at Salvatore for one long second. Then I sit back down. Not for him. I tell myself that immediately. Not for him. For me. Because if he's finally willing to hear the truth, I want to be there when it cuts. Bianca leaves first. Lucia follows after kissing my cheek lightly and gripping Salvatore's shoulder once with the kind of pressure that says more than words ever could. Then it's just us. The office feels larger without them. Or maybe that's just what truth does. It clears a room and leaves the wreckage more visible. Salvatore stays standing for a moment near the desk. I remain on the sofa because I suddenly don't trust my legs. Finally, he says, she shouldn't have involved herself. I almost smile. There's the man I know. His gaze shifts to me. Telling the truth doesn't make me sentimental. No, I say quietly. It just makes you harder to ignore. Silence. He comes closer at last and sits in the chair opposite me, not beside me, not above me, across, facing me. It should not matter. It does. He rests his forearms on his thighs and looks at me with that same unnerving focus he's had since the crack began. I knew what your family presented, he says. I mistook the presentation for the woman. I stare at him. That's a very elegant way of saying you believe the worst. Yes, the answer is immediate. No defense, no delay. And because life enjoys humiliating me, that honesty hits harder than an excuse would have. I look away, out the windows at the city. At anything that isn't the man who has spent the last 2 weeks cutting me open with control and is now suddenly speaking in clean truths like he has any right. My father started shaping me before I understood what he was doing, I say, because apparently I'm going to do this now. My mother just made it prettier. He says nothing, so I continue. There were rules. Don't be forgettable. Don't be difficult in the wrong rooms. Don't be inaccessible unless the attention is low value. Be flirtatious enough to create interest, polished enough to maintain respectability, empty enough that powerful men never feel threatened. The words taste like old poison. I've never said them out loud before. Not like this. Not where they can echo back at me and sound as ugly as they always were. My family wasn't trying to raise a daughter, I say. They were raising leverage. When I look back at him, something in his face has gone very still. Different stillness, not cold, not empty. Something worse, something like rage turned inward. He knew that, Salvatore says. I understand immediately who he means. My father. Yes. And your mother. Yes. That one is harder, because mothers are supposed to soften things. Mine sharpened them and called it survival. Salvatore exhales once, slow and controlled. It sounds like restraint dragged over broken glass. I should have seen it. You saw exactly what you expected to see. His gaze doesn't leave mine. That doesn't excuse it. No, it doesn't. The silence sits heavy between us, but it is no longer the silence of two strangers trapped in a contract. It is something more dangerous now. Recognition, and recognition, I am learning, is where obsession starts growing teeth. After a moment, he says, you let people believe you were experienced because it made them easier to manage. I laugh once. Tired, humorless. Yes. His eyes move over my face, slower this time, not assessing, not judging, piecing things together. That kind of lie protects no one. No, I say softly, it just made me survivable. And there it is, the ugly little center of it. The truth beneath the glamour. The reason a girl becomes a performance and keeps smiling until even she forgets there was ever a quieter version underneath. Salvatore's hands flex once, then go still again. He doesn't speak for a long moment. Then quietly, I made you pay for what other people built. The words hit the center of me with terrifying accuracy. I don't answer. I can't. Because if I do, I might say yes in a way that sounds too much like pain. And I won't give him that, not fully, not yet, so I stand. It feels safer to stand, safer to move. I need some air, I say. He rises immediately, too immediately, like instinct moved before the man did. I'll come with you. I look at him, no. The word lands soft but firm. He goes still. Again that carefulness. Again that dangerous restraint. And for the first time he listens, the first time I say no. All right. That should not matter so much. It does. I walk to the office door and pause with my hand on the handle. Without turning around, I say, do you know what the worst part was? Silence. Then his voice lower than before. No. I open the door a fraction, enough for cool hallway air to touch my skin. The way you looked at me, I say. Like I disgusted you for being what they made me look like. The words hang there. Bare. Irrevocable. I do not wait for his response. I walk out. But even halfway down the corridor, I can still feel the impact of what I left behind, because he needed the truth. And now he has it. Not the polished version. Not the glamorous one. The real one. The rotten scaffolding underneath the whole beautiful lie. My family built a mask and sold it to the world. Salvatore believed the sale. Then he punished me for the packaging. Now he knows. And something in me knows too. That knowing is not going to make him gentler. It's going to make him more dangerous. Because a man like Salvatore Viscaro can handle hatred. He can handle disobedience. He can even handle contempt. But guilt? Guilt in a man who is already halfway to obsession? That is the kind of thing that burns cities down. Chapter 10. The strangest thing about truth is how little it fixes. People act like honesty is some sacred key, as if once the right words are spoken, the room changes, the wound closes, the damage starts apologizing for itself. It doesn't. Truth is not a balm. Truth is an acid. It burns through the surface and leaves everything underneath exposed. After the conversation in Salvatore's office, nothing gets easier. It just gets quieter. And somehow, that is worse. Because now he knows. He knows my family built me like a commodity. He knows the persona he hated was taught, polished, forced into me until it became survival. He knows I was never the woman he judged me for pretending to be. And still I wake up in his house. Still I wear his name. Still every day is built around his world, his rules, his schedule, his power. Knowing changes the temperature, not the prison. By the time I get back to the penthouse that evening, the city is all silver rain and bruised sky. My heels are damp from the walk between the car and the building, and the cold has gotten under my skin in a way that feels personal. I step inside and hand my coat to one of the staff without really seeing him. The apartment is quiet. Of course it is. This place is always quiet in the way churches and mausoleums are quiet. So controlled the silence feels curated. I head straight for the bedroom and close the door behind me, though not hard enough to make a point. I'm tired of making points no one knows how to hold without crushing. I peel off my dress slowly, dropping it over the chair near the window. Gray silk. Elegant. Forgettable. Another costume approved by a world that rewards women most when they become tasteful enough to disappear. I stand in front of the mirror in nothing but black lace and stare at myself. The same face, the same body, the same woman everyone has been discussing, curating, correcting, defining, and yet I feel like I've split somewhere down the center. There is the version of me that can still put on lipstick, hold eye contact, say the right thing in the right room, and keep the blade of her pride tucked neatly behind her teeth. Then there is the other version, the one who stood in front of his mother and admitted the ugly shape of her childhood like it was nothing. The one who told him what hurt most. The one who is suddenly terrified that being seen at all may have been the greatest mistake she has ever made. A knock comes at the door. I close my eyes. Of course, come in, I say, because refusing would only drag this out and I don't have the strength tonight. The door opens. Not Teresa. Him. Salvatore steps inside wearing the same dark suit he had on in the office, jacket removed now, tie loosened just enough to suggest the day cost him something. He shuts the door behind him with careful quiet. I don't turn around immediately. I keep looking at myself in the mirror because facing him directly feels like stepping toward weather I haven't learned to survive yet. After a long silence, he says, "You walked out." I almost laugh. "Yes," I say. "That does tend to happen after devastating emotional disclosures." He says nothing to that. I turn then, reaching for the silk robe draped across the bed and sliding it over my shoulders. Not because I think he'll touch me. Not because I'm afraid. Because I want armor. Even soft armor counts. "What do you want?" The question comes out flatter than I mean it to. Maybe not flatter, just tired. He notices. Of course he notices. His gaze moves over my face, then away. Just briefly. That is new enough to feel strange. "I wanted to speak to you. You've already done that today." "Not well." That makes me go still. For 1 second, I think I misheard him. Not well. Not I was wrong. Not I'm sorry. Not anything clean enough to count as a confession. But still, more than I expected. I fold the robe tighter around myself and lean one hip against the vanity. "Well," I say softly, "that's very moving. I'll alert the newspapers." His jaw tightens. There. A familiar flicker. Usually I'd press on it. Tonight I'm too tired to enjoy it. He takes 2 slow steps farther into the room. Not close enough to crowd me. Close enough that the space between us starts paying attention. "I am trying," he says. That sentence should not come out of his mouth sounding dangerous. It does. Maybe because with men like him, trying often means adapting the weapon instead of putting it down. I tilt my head. At what? His eyes hold mine. Not making this worse. The answer hits me with enough force that I have to hide it by looking down at the tie of my robe. Too late, I think. Too late. The words pulse once through my head, hot and bitter. Because how do you explain to a man like him that some things don't get better because he's finally decided to understand them? That some damage isn't waiting for his comprehension to become survivable? I look back up. You should have started there. Something shifts in his face. Not hurt. He probably doesn't know how to let hurt sit still in him without turning it into control, but something close. I know. The quiet certainty of the answer makes my throat tighten. Damn him. Damn him for learning honesty only after it can't save either of us from what's already happened. He moves closer again, then stops near the end of the bed, far enough. Still careful. That carefulness is going to ruin me if I'm not careful too. I spoke to legal, he says. I blink. That is never a promising start to a sentence. Your family's access to your trust has been frozen. The room stills, not dramatically, just enough that I hear my own pulse. I stare at him. What? His face stays unreadable, but his voice remains low, precise. I reviewed the arrangement after what you told me. The clauses tied to this marriage gave them influence over distributions connected to your public behavior and marital compliance. Every word he says makes the air colder. Because yes, of course, there were clauses. Of course my father would find a way to monetize the optics of me. Of course, even after marriage, I was still being managed through financial obedience dressed as family planning. My stomach turns. You reviewed it after, I say slowly. He doesn't flinch. Yes. The truth of that lands like a slap. Not before. A pause. No. I laugh then. I actually laugh. The sound is soft and awful and edged with something close to grief. Unbelievable. He says my name. I cut him off before he can continue. No, don't. I push away from the vanity and start pacing because stillness is suddenly impossible. You're telling me you married me under a contract your lawyers hadn't fully torn apart? You put me in this house, took my phone, controlled my movements, humiliated me in public, and only then decided to check what exactly my family had written into the paper they sold me through? His face hardens, not in anger, worse, in restraint. I had the broad terms. The broad terms, I repeat, my voice sharpening with every word. God, that is such a perfect sentence for you. He takes that without interrupting, maybe because it's true, maybe because he deserves worse. They tied your image to money, he says. That ends now. I stop pacing and stare at him. You really think this is the part that matters? It matters. Not enough. The words come out fast, hard, alive for the first time all day. Do you understand that? Yes, freeze their access, burn their clauses, destroy every elegant little chain they wrote into my life. But you are still standing in front of me after everything you already did because of what you assumed I was. His expression changes. Barely. But it does. Good. Let it. He speaks carefully now, every word chosen with visible effort. I can't undo that. No. I cross my arms over myself, suddenly cold again despite the heat in my chest. You can't. The silence stretches. Rain taps softly against the windows. In another life, maybe this could almost look like intimacy. Two beautiful people in a luxurious bedroom, speaking quietly while the storm presses against the glass. But real intimacy requires safety, and whatever this is, it still has teeth. He reaches into the inside pocket of his jacket and sets something on the vanity beside me. My phone. I stare at it. For one ridiculous second, I can't move. Then I laugh again, softer this time. There it is. His eyes stay on my face. I should not have taken it. No, I say, you shouldn't have. I don't pick it up. Not yet. I just look at it lying there like some polished symbol of restored freedom, and all I can think is how absurd men are. As if giving a woman back one piece of herself after taking 10 means anything if they still don't understand the shape of what's missing. Still, my fingers ache to grab it, to hold something that belonged to me before his house, before his rules, before this marriage started stripping my life down into manageable pieces. Slowly, I pick it up. The weight of it in my hand feels strange, familiar and foreign at the same time. He watches me the whole time. I hate that too. You should also have your own car, he says, and access to the North apartment. I look up sharply. The North apartment? It's 3 blocks from here. Staffed, secure, private. I stare at him. A laugh almost rises, but this time it doesn't make it out. Instead, I just look at him and feel the dangerous pull of understanding. He's giving me space. Not because he wants to lose control, because he knows he pushed too hard, and this is the only language he has for repair, structure, access, logistics, territory, provision. He doesn't know how to offer softness, so he offers options. That realization almost hurts more than the humiliation did, because it means this effort is real, clumsy, late, and inadequate, but real, and that is far harder to hate than cruelty. You think I want another apartment in your name? I ask. It would be in yours. That lands. A beat later, he adds, no restrictions. I stare at him. There are 100 strategic reasons he could be doing this. 1,000 ways it could still benefit him. Men like Salvatore do not move pieces without seeing 3 outcomes ahead. But standing here in the low light, rain bleeding silver across the windows, his tie loose and his gaze fixed on me like he's trying to force himself not to lie, I don't think this is strategy. I think this is the closest he knows how to come to making room for the woman he finally realized he never met at all. And God help me, that knowledge slides somewhere under my skin. I hate it there. You don't get credit for becoming reasonable after the damage, I say quietly. I know. He says it again. I know. No defense. No impatience. No demand that I move on, behave better, make his adjustment easier. Just knowing. That should not be enough to matter. But I am a woman starved of simple recognition, and apparently that makes me vulnerable to scraps. I hate that about myself more than I can say. I turn away from him and walk to the windows, phone clenched loosely in my hand. The city below glitters in broken ribbons of light. Chicago looks invincible from up here. Maybe that's why it suits him. Why now? I ask. His answer comes after a pause. Because I kept replaying what you said. I don't turn. What part? A longer silence this time. Then the way I looked at you. My chest tightens. Of all the things he could have remembered, of course it would be that. Because it was true. Because it was ugly. Because somewhere in that office I gave him the one wound his kind never knows how to carry cleanly. Evidence of himself. I rest one hand against the glass. Cold. Steady. I meant it, I say. I know. That again. Always that. I finally turn. He's still standing near the bed, not moving closer, not pushing, all that terrible control now bent in a different direction, not restraint as punishment, restraint as effort. And somehow that is more dangerous than if he'd stormed across the room and demanded forgiveness. Because if he had done that, I would know where to put my anger. But this late, clumsy decency, this is much harder to survive. I don't forgive you, I say. His gaze doesn't waver. I didn't ask you to. The answer is so immediate, so perfectly right in its refusal to claim more than he deserves, that something in me goes unsteady. Damn him for learning at exactly the wrong time. for making me see the shape of the man underneath the cruelty only after the cruelty already carved itself into me. Because now I have a new problem. The monster has started speaking like a man, and I don't know what to do with that. I look down at my phone, turn it over once in my hand, then set it on the windowsill beside me. I want one thing, I say. Name it. No hesitation. No bargaining. That, too, almost undoes me. I keep my eyes on the city. No more public corrections. No more coded humiliation. No more reminding rooms full of people that you think I need refinement. The silence behind me thickens, then done. I close my eyes for one brief second, not because I trust him, because I believe he means it. And belief in a marriage like this is its own form of danger. When I turn back, he's watching me with that same impossible focus. I wish he'd stop doing that. I wish I'd stopped noticing. There's something else, he says. Of course there is. I wait. I told my staff to clear tomorrow. I frown. For what? So you aren't displayed. The wording is awkward enough to be almost human. I stare at him. Then, despite myself, despite everything, a laugh breaks loose. A real one this time. Small, disbelieving, a little cracked around the edges. His eyes narrow slightly, not in annoyance, in concentration, like he's studying the sound. I'm sorry, I say, still half laughing. That may be the least seductive offer anyone has ever made me. To my surprise, the corner of his mouth shifts. Not a smile. God, no, but something dangerously close. Noted. I should not like that. I definitely should not feel the room change because of it. Yet there it is. That pull again, low and unwelcome. The one that started with hatred and humiliation and sharp little wars, and now keeps slipping into stranger territory every time he says something almost gentle by accident. I hate this. I hate how complicated he's made my anger. I hate how my body still remembers the wall, the hand at my throat, the shock in his face when he realized he had been wrong. And most of all, I hate that tonight. Standing in front of the storm-lit windows with my phone back in my hand and a second apartment apparently being placed in my name, a part of me wants to believe this matters. That part of me is reckless. She is going to get me hurt. Salvatore glances toward the door, then back at me. You should eat. There it is. The nearest thing he has to tenderness, nutritional concern delivered like a security briefing. I almost smile. Almost. I'm not hungry. His expression doesn't change. That wasn't a suggestion. There he is. I should be irritated. Instead, the smallest, most treacherous warmth moves through me. Because this version of him, the one trying and failing and still sounding like himself while he does it, feels more real than the man who stood in those rooms pretending discipline was the same thing as righteousness. And real is dangerous. Real gets in. I pull the robe tighter around myself and look away from him before my face can betray anything. I'll eat later. A pause. Then fine. Not agreement. Temporary surrender. We both know the difference. He turns to leave, then stops with his hand on the doorknob. Without looking back, he says, "The north apartment key will be on your desk in the morning." I don't answer right away, partly because I don't know what to say, partly because I'm not sure he deserves the softness required for thank you, and I'm too tired to invent something else. Finally, I say, "That doesn't fix this." I know. The door opens. Then I add, before I can stop myself, "But it helps." He goes still, just for a second. Then he inclines his head once, almost imperceptibly, and leaves. The room falls quiet again. I stand by the windows for a long time after he's gone, watching the rain turn the city into streaks of light. My phone rests beside my hand. The robe is warm against my skin, and somewhere out in the apartment beyond this bedroom, Salvatore Viscaro is adjusting his world because he finally understands he misread mine. It is too late. It is absolutely too late. That should make this easier. It doesn't. Because the most dangerous thing a cold man can do is finally reveal where the heat was hiding. And tonight, for the first time, I see it. Not enough to trust, not enough to forgive, but enough to know that if I stay in this house much longer, the part of me that still wants impossible things is going to wake back up. And that part of me has always been the one that ruins everything. Chapter 11, I leave on a Tuesday. Not because Tuesdays mean anything, not because the sky looks dramatic or the city finally gives me some cinematic sign that it's time to reclaim my life. I leave because that morning I wake up and realize something simple and devastating. If I stay one more week, I might start believing his effort is enough. And that is how women like me get trapped. Not by chains, by almosts, by the almost apology, by the almost softness, by the almost decency of a man who has already hurt them deeply enough to rearrange their reflexes. I lie in bed staring at the ceiling, the sheets cool around my legs, the city still gray outside the windows, and I know it with a certainty so clean it scares me. I have to go before he becomes harder to hate, because hate is keeping me clear. Hate is the only thing left that still feels like mine. The thought settles in my chest like ice. Then I get up. I move quietly, though there's no need. Salvatore isn't here. He left before dawn for a meeting in Milwaukee or Detroit or some other city full of men who ruin lives in custom suits and call it expansion. I only know he's gone because Teresa mentioned it last night while setting out tomorrow's schedule with the careful neutrality of a woman who has learned not to ask questions she already knows the answer to. He'll be back late. That should be plenty of time. The bedroom is pale with morning light as I cross to the closet. My reflection glances at me from the mirror, barefoot, hair messy, face stripped clean of polish. I look young like this, too young for everything that has already happened. I open the closet and stare. This is the ridiculous part, not the leaving, the choosing. How do you decide what version of your life gets to come with you when you're trying not to be found? The cream dresses? No. The diamonds? Absolutely not. The things his world put on me? Leave them. The things my family built me out of? Most of those can rot too. I reach instead for simple things. Black jeans, soft sweaters, a coat warm enough for wind off the river. Boots I can actually run in if I have to. A small leather bag from years ago scuffed at the strap, one of the only things I own that feels like it belonged to me before everyone else started assigning meaning to my body. I pack fast, not chaotically. Fast, like I've been rehearsing this in the back of my mind since the wedding. Maybe I have. Underwear, toiletries, passport. Cash from the envelope I kept hidden inside an old book because girls raised by strategic families learn early that secret money is better than prayer. My phone, a charger, one plain gold necklace my grandmother gave me when I was 13 before my mother decided subtlety was wasted on me. I leave the wedding ring on the dresser. I stare at it for a full 5 seconds before I turn away. That isn't freedom. That's evidence. My heart is beating too fast now. Not dramatic fast. Not movie fast. Real fast. The kind that makes your hands colder than they should be, and your hearing goes strange around the edges. I pick up the key to the north apartment from the desk. I turn it over once between my fingers. He gave it to me like space. Like trust. Like a late and clumsy offering from a man who didn't know how to repair anything he hadn't first reduced to structure. For 1 weak, humiliating second, I think about using it. Staying in one of his places instead of this one. Leaving without really leaving. Putting 3 blocks between us and pretending that counts as escape. No, that is exactly the kind of almost that ruins women. I set the key down beside the ring. Then I write the note. I don't want to. Notes are ugly. Notes are soft. Notes are the kind of thing men use later to convince themselves there was more sentiment in the leaving than there actually was. But disappearing without a word in his world is how people get searched for with helicopters and men carrying instructions. A note buys me time, so I tear a page from the back of a planner and write 3 sentences. I'm not in your house anymore. Do not come after me. You were too late. I stare at the words, then add one more. Hailey. Not because he needs the signature, because I want him to know this wasn't panic. This was a choice. I leave the note on the dresser where the ring catches the morning light. Then I walk out of the bedroom without looking back. The apartment feels different when you're leaving it for real. Not colder. Just less convincing. The art on the walls looks curated instead of expensive. The silence feels controlled instead of elegant. The massive windows over the city stop reading as power and start reading as surveillance. I move through the living room with my bag over my shoulder and my coat folded over one arm, and the strange thing is, I don't feel dramatic. I feel calm. More calm than I've been in days. Maybe because decisions are merciful. Once the choice is made, the mind stops chewing itself alive. Teresa is in the dining room reviewing something on her tablet when she looks up and sees me. Her eyes go first to the bag, then to my face, then back to the bag. Everything in her stills. Hailey. I stop. For a second, neither of us says anything. I had hoped to avoid this, not because I think she'd stop me, because I don't want kindness right now. Kindness makes women hesitate. I force my voice steady. Please don't. Her expression shifts. Not surprise exactly. Something quieter. Sadder. Like a woman watching an outcome she saw coming and hoped not to meet in daylight. Is this temporary, she asks. I almost laugh. That's the question, isn't it? Is any leaving temporary when the man you're leaving has enough reach to turn a city inside out? I need it to be mine, I say instead. She closes the tablet. No alarm. No shouting for security. No instant attempt to block the door. Just a long, careful look at me. He'll look for you. Yes, the word comes out dry. Of course he will. Men like Salvatore don't let uncertainty sit. They hunt answers. They lock down variables. They drag chaos back into structure and call it order. Teresa rises slowly from the chair. I can delay certain notifications. My breath catches. Not because I expected betrayal, because I didn't expect help. I stare at her. She looks tired suddenly, older in a way that has nothing to do with age. I can give you an hour, she says. Maybe a little more if I'm careful. That almost undoes me. I grip the strap of my bag tighter because my hands have started shaking, and I refuse to let that be the thing she remembers. Why? Her mouth curves faintly, but there's no humor in it. Because sometimes the only mercy left in a house like this is time. The silence between us is soft now. Too soft. I hate softness when I'm trying to stay sharp. Thank you, I say. It comes out rough. Real. She nods once. Then her gaze drops to my left hand. Bare. The absence of the ring says more than the bag. Did you leave a note? Yes. She closes her eyes briefly, like a woman saying a prayer she doesn't entirely believe in. Then go, she says, before I start thinking about consequences. I move before I can change my mind. At the doorway, I stop and glance back. She is already reaching for her tablet again, face rearranging itself into composure, building the mask she'll need when this house wakes up and realizes one of its women has gone missing. I understand that instinct too well. Teresa. She looks up. Don't let him punish you for this. A long pause. Then, very quietly, he won't know. I wish I believed that. I leave anyway. Chicago in the morning is colder than I expect. The wind cuts between buildings hard enough to steal breath, and for one stupid second, standing on the sidewalk with my bag and my coat and no escort, I feel almost giddy. Not safe. God, no. Just unclaimed. I put my coat on and pull the collar high before starting down the block. No car service, no driver, no black SUV announcing a name I am trying to step out from under. I walk 3 streets before I call a cab from a number Salvatore doesn't know, then another from a different corner. Then I switch again. Maybe it's paranoid. Maybe it's smart. When men like him look for things, they start with patterns. So I give him none. By noon, I'm in a neighborhood he'd never place me in first. Not because it's unsafe, because it's ordinary. A small boutique hotel tucked above a bakery, brick exterior, narrow lobby, a woman at the desk with silver glasses and absolutely no interest in social recognition. Perfect. I pay cash for 2 nights under my middle name. When she asks for ID, I hand it over without flinching. The old instinct to smile bright and memorable almost kicks in. I kill it. Today, forgettable is holy. The room on the 4th floor is small and clean and nothing like the penthouse. The bed is narrow, the windows look onto an alley and a stretch of rooftops. The radiator hisses like it has opinions. The bathroom tiles are a little crooked. It's perfect. I set the bag down and just stand there for a moment. No staff, no silence arranged by power, no enormous bed that belongs more to a contract than a body. Just me. The relief hits so hard it hurts. I sit on the edge of the bed, then bend forward and press both hands over my face. For one dangerous second, I think I might cry. I don't. The tears are there. I can feel them gathering. But they never fully fall. Maybe I've spent too many years learning to redirect my own grief. Maybe I'm too tired. Maybe some part of me is still listening for the phone to ring, for the door to pound, for his men to appear in the hallway and turn this into something uglier than escape. I lower my hands and stare at the wall. Then I reach for my phone. 3 missed calls. None from him. Of course not. He's still gone. Teresa bought me time. 2 texts from unknown numbers asking about committee scheduling. 1 email from a woman about a luncheon next week. A message from my mother with no subject line sent at 7:12 a.m., containing only 3 words. Call me immediately. I laugh. A real laugh this time. Bitter enough to taste metallic. Delete. Then I turn the phone off, not because I'm afraid of hearing from him, because I know if I watch the screen, I'll start measuring the silence. And I do not want to know how long it takes Salvatore Viscaro to realize his wife has disappeared. By late afternoon, I've showered, changed, and ordered tea. I don't drink. I sit by the window in socks and a dark sweater, knees drawn up slightly, watching snow begin to threaten the rooftops. This should feel like victory. Instead, it feels like aftermath, because leaving a man like him is not the end of a story. It's the point where the story becomes dangerous. I know that. He doesn't forgive uncertainty. He doesn't sit still with loss. He doesn't take correction well. And what I've done is the ultimate correction. I left him. Not theatrically. Not after some explosive screaming match. Not in front of witnesses. Worse. Quietly. Deliberately. I removed myself from his control and left him with words he can't argue with. You were too late. The truth of that moves through me slow as poison, because he was too late. He adjusted. He listened. He gave back the phone. He offered the apartment. He stopped using rooms full of people as knives. And if he had done those things sooner, no. I stopped the thought there. That road leads nowhere safe. The point isn't what he might have been if he'd learned faster. The point is what he was when I needed mercy and got discipline instead. Still, memory is treacherous. It keeps showing me the loosened tie. The phone on the vanity, the way he said, "I didn't ask you to forgive me." The look on his face when he realized the damage would keep breathing even after he understood it. I hate that those are the things my mind reaches for. Hate it, because if I'm not careful, I'll turn his late humanity into absolution. And it isn't. A knock. Hits the door. Every muscle in my body locks. Too fast. Too soon. I stand without meaning to. Tea spilling a little onto the saucer. Pulse hammering now. All the air in the room suddenly wrong. Another knock. Not hard. Just 2 measured taps. My mouth goes dry. I cross the room silently and look through the peephole. A teenage delivery boy holding a paper bag. I shut my eyes. Jesus. When I open the door, he smiles vaguely and hands over the wrong sandwich order from downstairs. I take it anyway. Tip him too much, lock the door again, then stand there with my forehead against the wood while my heart tries to break through my ribs. This is what leaving him means. Not freedom. Not yet. Nerves. Distance. A body still trained to expect impact. By evening, the snow has started for real. Soft white movement against the dark. I eat half the sandwich I didn't order and sit on the bed with my phone turned back on. It lights up instantly. 23 missed calls. My stomach drops, not all from the same number. Some unknown, some blocked. 1 from Teresa, 2 from my mother, 3 from my father, and 1 from Salvatore, only 1. That is somehow more terrifying than 10 would have been. Because 1 means control, 1 means he knows panic is beneath him, 1 means he expects the world to move without him needing to shout at it. A message appears a second later. No greeting. No dramatic demand. No threat. Just, where are you? I stare at the words until they blur. Then another message. Answer me yourself before someone else finds you first. The ice in my chest shifts. That is the most Salvatore sentence possible. Concern weaponized into command. Warning dressed as certainty. A man who cannot ask without also controlling the shape of the answer. My thumb hovers over the screen. I should ignore him. I know I should. Silence is a boundary too, but if I stay silent, he'll escalate. He'll send men. He'll lock down hotels, cameras, drivers, buildings. He'll turn Chicago into a net and call it protection. I can't let that happen. So I type 1 sentence. I'm safe. Stop looking. I stare at it for 1 beat, then hit send. The reply comes almost instantly. That isn't happening. Of course it isn't. I laugh once under my breath. Then type, I am not your wife right now. I am not your asset. I am not your correction to manage. Leave me alone. This time the silence lasts longer. Too long. I know he's reading it again. Standing somewhere still and cold and furious, probably with half the city already moving on his order. Then, give me a location so I know no one got to you first. After that, I'll give you the night. I stare at the screen. The night. How generous. I should throw the phone. Instead, I type, you don't get to negotiate my disappearance. Nothing. Then, no. I get to make sure you survive it. The words hit harder than they should, because that is him in a sentence too. Possessive. Furious. And, damn him, probably sincere. I set the phone face down on the bed. I don't answer. Not right away. The radiator hisses. Snow keeps falling. Somewhere downstairs a door slams and laughter rises, ordinary and small and wonderfully unrelated to me. I sit there in the narrow room, staring at the wall and feel the shape of the truth closing in. He's going feral. Not loud feral. Not reckless in a way that leaves fingerprints. Strategic feral. The worst kind. The city will tighten around me by morning. He'll tear through alliances, favors, cameras, accounts, lies. He'll call it keeping me safe. Maybe part of him will even mean it. And somewhere under all my fear, all my anger, all my cold, stubborn need to stay gone, my chest aches. Because I know exactly what this means. He didn't let me leave in his mind. He let me hurt him. And a man like Salvatore Viscaro will forgive blood before he forgives helplessness. I pick up the phone one last time. Type carefully. If you make this ugly, I disappear for real. I send it. Then I turn the phone off again. Whatever answer comes, I don't want to see it tonight. I curl up on the narrow hotel bed in borrowed quiet, coat draped over the chair, bag still half-zipped on the floor, snow light flickering across the ceiling from the alley outside, and for the first time since the wedding, I am nowhere he told me to be. That should feel powerful. Maybe tomorrow it will. Tonight it just feels lonely. Because the hardest part of escaping a man who hurt you is when he finally becomes dangerous for reasons that sound too much like love. Chapter 12, I sleep badly. Not because the hotel bed is uncomfortable, because every sound feels personal. The radiator clanks twice sometime after midnight, and I jerk awake like someone touched me. A siren wails 3 streets over, and my pulse kicks hard enough to leave me breathless. At 3 a.m, footsteps pass my door in the hallway, and I sit upright in bed with one hand already reaching for my phone before I remember I turned it off. That's the part no one talks about when women leave. Not the courage, the after. The stupid, humiliating after where your body keeps behaving like danger already has your address. By morning, the snow from last night has turned the alley outside my window into a pale strip of silence. The rooftops are powdered white. The city looks softer from up here. That's a lie, too. Chicago is never soft. It just knows how to wear winter like a tailored coat. I stay in bed for a minute longer than necessary, staring at the ceiling and listening to the building breathe around me. Pipes, distant doors, someone downstairs dragging a chair across tile. Life happening in ordinary ways. That helps. Ordinary helps. I force myself up, shower, dress in black leggings and an oversized cream sweater, then immediately change the sweater because cream suddenly feels too much like his house. Black then. Always safer. When I turn my phone back on, the screen lights up so fast it almost feels like accusation. 9 new messages. 2 missed calls from Teresa. 3 from my mother. 4 unknown numbers. And 1 from him. I ignore everything except Teresa first. They're searching every driver service and private residence tied to your name. Don't use cards. Don't trust familiar staff. My stomach drops. Not because I'm surprised, because the speed of it tells me exactly how hard he hit the ground when he found the note. A second message from her. He is not calm. That's worse than anger. I read that one twice. Of course it is. Anger burns hot and visible. Anger can be used against a man if you know how to wait. Calm Salvatore is a blueprint, a knife, a locked vault full of bad ideas executed flawlessly. I open his message next. Answer the phone, no greeting, no please, no threat either, just those 3 words, which somehow makes it worse. I stare at them until the edges of the screen blur. Then I lock the phone and set it face down on the narrow little desk by the window. No, if I hear his voice, I'll crack. Not because I miss him, because voices carry too much. A text can still be strategy, a voice can become memory, and memory is already doing enough damage. I spend the morning moving hotels. Paranoid? Absolutely. But I was not raised around men like my father and then married into men like Salvatore without learning that the first place you feel safe is usually the first place they think to check. So I leave by the back stairwell with my bag over my shoulder and sunglasses on, even though the sky is white and bleak and no one in this neighborhood cares enough to look twice. I walk 6 blocks before I hail a cab. Then I get out before the destination. Then I walk more. Then another cab. I end up farther west in a smaller hotel above a laundromat and a corner store with flickering lights in the window. The room is uglier, the carpet is old, the heater works too hard and smells faintly metallic. It's perfect. No one looking for Salvatore Viscaro's wife will start here. At least I hope not. By noon, I've bought a toothbrush, bottled water, a knit cap, and cheap gloves from a pharmacy where the cashier never lifts his eyes from the register. I pay cash. I keep moving. I don't stay in one cafe long enough to become memorable. I feel ridiculous and alive. Those two things have started traveling together. At 1:30, I sit in a coffee shop with chipped tables and burnt espresso and watch snow melt in dirty lines along the curb outside. My phone stays in my bag. Until it doesn't. I check it because I'm weak. Because curiosity has always been one of the worst things about me. Because a part of me needs to know what shape his feral takes. 31 unread messages now. Not all from him. Some from unknown numbers that say things like, "Call us immediately. Your father is concerned, and this is becoming unnecessary." I delete everyone from my family without reading past the first line. Then I open Teresa's newest message. 2 alliances already damaged. He threatened DeLuca's shipping contracts because they stalled on a camera feed. I freeze. The coffee shop noise dulls around me. Shipping contracts. Camera feed. Of course, he isn't raging. He's dismantling. That is somehow so much more frightening than broken glass and shouting would have been. Another message from her. He had words with Matteo, loud ones. That almost never happens. A laugh nearly escapes me. Not because it's funny, because the image of controlled, surgical Salvatore fighting with his wild younger brother over me is so absurd it bends reality for a second. Then the next message kills the laugh before it's born. He thinks you're alone. That's what scares him. I stare at the screen. There it is. The ugly center of it. He is not just angry I left. He is terrified someone else will find me before he does, and damn him for making that sound almost like care. I shove the phone back into my bag and grip my paper coffee cup too hard. It's not enough. Whatever this is in him, it still isn't enough. Fear for me does not erase what he did to me. Concern does not rewrite humiliation. Late understanding is still late. I repeat those things silently in my head the way other women might pray. By 3, the weather turns mean. Wind comes hard off the lake and cuts between buildings like it's looking for weak spots. I keep my head down, hat low, scarf up. My cheeks are burning by the time I duck into a bookstore to get out of it. It's small and warm and smells like paper and dust and overheated pipes. I wander the aisles without seeing much. Romance, history, local authors, crime. I pause in front of a shelf of memoirs and laugh softly to myself because if I ever wrote mine, no one would believe the worst parts. They'd say I made the men too polished, the women too trained, the cruelty too elegant. People only trust violence when it looks ugly. They don't understand what it can do dressed in good manners. Can I help you find something? I jerk slightly. The woman behind the counter has kind eyes and a cardigan with tiny pearls stitched at the cuffs. No, I say quickly. Just warming up. She smiles. Best reason to visit a bookstore. I smile back, automatically. That old instinct again. Then I catch myself. No, forgettable. I drift to the back anyway and end up sitting in a chair near the travel section for almost half an hour, pretending to look through a book on Italy while my mind runs in circles. How long can I do this? How far will he take it? What happens when Farrell gets tired of strategy and starts becoming something else? Because that's the thing about men like Salvatore. They don't actually go out of control. They go deeper into it. They become more precise, more ruthless, more efficient. If he's tearing through alliances over camera access, what happens tomorrow? The next day? How many favors does a man like that burn before the city itself starts feeling like one of his hands closing around your throat? My phone buzzes in my bag. Once, then again, then again. I don't want to look. I look. One message from him. I know you're moving. Stop making this harder. My body goes cold. I stare at the words. Does he know? Or is he guessing? With him, those are equally dangerous. Another message comes before I can decide. You don't know who is watching once you leave my protection. There it is. The command dressed as concern. The concern sharpened into insult. My anger wakes up so fast it feels like relief. Good. I need anger. Anger is mine. I type before I can second guess it. I was never safe in your protection. I was controlled by it. I hit send. For 1 full minute, nothing comes back. Then, not the same thing. My laugh this time is ugly enough that the woman at the counter glances over. I I grab my bag and leave before I can throw the phone against the memoir shelf. Outside, the cold slaps me hard enough to clear my head. Not the same thing. Of course he'd say that. Of course he'd slice language down to the technical distinction, like that changes the bruising. I walk faster than I should, past a florist, past a bank, past a church with salt on the steps, past my own common sense. By the time I realize I'm being stupid, I'm already 2 blocks farther from the bookstore and in a quieter stretch of street where the snow has turned gray at the edges. A black SUV rolls slowly through the intersection ahead. I stop breathing. Not because I know it's his, because it could be. Every black SUV in this city suddenly belongs to him in my head. I turn sharply into the first place I can, a diner with steamed-up windows and a neon open sign buzzing in the glass. Inside, heat and the smell of frying onions hit me all at once. A waitress in pink lipstick says, "Sit anywhere, honey," and I nearly kiss her. I slide into a booth by the back, heart punching against my ribs, and force myself not to look through the window like a frightened animal. This is ridiculous. This is exactly what he's done to my nerves. The waitress brings coffee and a menu I don't open. "You okay, sweetheart? You look cold." "I'm fine." She looks at me for 1 second too long, not convinced, then nods and leaves me alone. I press both hands around the coffee mug and stare at the scratched table. I cannot keep living like this, but I also cannot go back. Those are the two truths. They grind against each other until all that's left in me is exhaustion. My phone buzzes again. "Teresa?" "He pulled footage from your first hotel. You had 30 minutes more than he expected. He is furious with himself." I read that twice. Not furious with me. With himself. That should not matter. It does anyway. Another message follows. He told one of his captains, and I quote, "If anyone else puts hands on her before I get there, I will end them." I shut my eyes. God. There it is. The feral, not loud, not wild, not sloppy, just pure, lethal intent sharpened into a sentence. The waitress returns and asks if I want soup. I say yes because it's easier than thinking. While I wait, I picture him somewhere in the city. Jacket off, tie gone, voice low, men moving around him in quick, obedient lines. Whole alliance is trembling because his wife stepped out of his orbit, and now he is tearing through the map to get her back before anyone else can touch what he has suddenly decided is too vulnerable to lose. It should disgust me. Some part of it does. Another part, the worst part, understands him. Because I am alone. Because this city can be cruel. Because women disappear in ordinary ways all the time, and no one with power bothers to panic unless the vanished woman belongs to someone dangerous. That thought makes me want to scream. He did not get to become frightening on my behalf, only after I had to frighten myself into leaving. The soup arrives. I eat half of it mechanically. Outside, dusk starts bleeding into the street. Chicago at evening looks like a promise and a threat in the same suit. By the time I get back to the second hotel, it's dark. I use the side entrance, take the stairs, pause twice to listen for footsteps. The room is exactly as I left it. Ugly bedspread, humming heater, one lamp throwing weak yellow light over the desk. Relief makes my knees almost give. I lock the door, chain it, then sit on the edge of the bed and finally allow myself to feel it. Not the fear, not first. The loneliness, it lands all at once. Heavy, humiliating, real. Because all day I have been moving, strategizing, checking exits, reading messages like they're weather reports from a war zone, and under every single decision sits the same brutal fact. There is no one I can call. Not my parents, not any glossy social friend from my old life, not anyone from his world. Teresa, maybe. But even that feels like stealing too much from a woman already risking enough. So I sit there alone in a cheap room with my gloves still on and my scarf half undone, and feel the shape of my life with startling clarity. My family sold me, my husband misjudged me, and now the only man in the world tearing the city apart to find me is the same one I had to run from. That irony would be beautiful if it didn't feel so much like grief. My phone rings. Not buzzes, rings, unknown number. I freeze. It rings again immediately after I decline it. Then again, then a text. "If you don't answer, I'll assume you're compromised." I almost laugh. Of course he found a way around being blocked. I answer on the fourth ring because he will absolutely take silence as escalation. I put it on speaker but keep it away from my ear, like distance through inches might still mean something. For a second, neither of us speaks. Then his voice. Are you alone? No hello. No soft landing. Straight to the artery. My throat tightens anyway, because voices are dangerous and his is worse. Low, controlled, rougher than usual around the edges, like the day has been scraping him raw. Yes. Where? No. A sharp breath on the other end. Not quite a laugh, not quite anger. Hailey. The way he says my name makes something in me flinch. Not outwardly, somewhere deeper. I said I'm safe. That isn't an answer. It is the only one you're getting. Silence. I can hear movement where he is. A door maybe, or footsteps. Men in the background speaking too far away to make out. Still working, still hunting, even while talking to me, of course. When he speaks again, his voice is quieter. Dangerously quieter. Do you understand what kind of attention your name draws once it's loose in this city without my men on it? Anger rises instantly. Good. Something hot to stand on. Do you understand what kind of damage you had to do before I preferred that? Nothing. Then, yes. The word hits so hard I go still. I wasn't ready for that. Not denial, not correction, not some brutal lecture about necessity. Yes, I swallow and look at the peeling paint above the heater because suddenly the room feels too small. Then stop chasing me. I'm not chasing you. I laugh once, incredulous. Really? I'm clearing threats. The wording is so him I could scream. You're terrifying half the city. Only half? Despite myself, despite everything, a broken sound escapes me that might have been a laugh in another life. He hears it. I know he does because the silence after changes shape, softens, just a little. God, I hate that. He says my name again, slower this time. I need eyes on the place you're sleeping tonight. No, you don't get stubborn about this. Watch me. A pause. Then, with controlled force, if someone reaches you before I do not make this sound romantic. I cut in, sitting up straighter now, anger fully awake. You don't get to turn feral after the fact and call it care. You had me and you hurt me. Don't act like panic now is noble. The line goes dead quiet. For one full heartbeat, I think maybe I finally pushed too hard. Then he says, very low, I know exactly how ugly it is. That answer steals the next thing I meant to say, because he sounds tired. Not weak, never weak, but tired in a way I've never heard from him before, like he has been holding too much too tightly for too many hours. I don't care, I say, and maybe that would sound more convincing if my voice didn't shake a little at the edges. You should, he says, because ugly is honest. My eyes close. Damn him. Damn every late truth out of his mouth. Why are you calling? I ask quietly. A longer silence this time. Then, to hear you. The room tilts, very slightly. Enough. I grip the phone harder. That is not my problem. No, he says. It's mine. The honesty of it is unbearable. I stand up and pace because sitting still while he talks like this feels impossible. What do you want from me tonight? The truth. I laugh, sharp and exhausted. You already got that. Not all of it. I stop pacing. The heater hums. The city outside moves unseen beyond the cheap curtains. What part did I miss? His answer comes slow, chosen carefully, like each word costs. The part where you tell me whether you're scared. My breath catches. Humiliation burns hot under my skin. Of course that's the part he wants, not because he wants power over it, because he knows now what fear costs when it lives alone. I stare at the wall and force my voice flat. I'm not telling you that. Then I'll assume yes. That's manipulative. That's experience. My mouth opens, closes. Because the worst part is, he's probably right. I am scared of the city, of being found, of being dragged back into the beautiful cage. Of him. Of the way my body still reacts when his voice goes low like this. And maybe most of all, I'm scared that none of those fears are as dangerous as the hope that keeps trying to grow in the cracks anyway. I hate hope. Hope gets women killed. Hailey. That voice again. Quieter now. Almost rough. What? Tell me one thing I can do that doesn't make you disappear farther. My chest hurts. Actually hurts. Because that question sounds too much like a man. And I need him to stay a monster, or leaving gets complicated in ways I cannot survive. I sink back onto the edge of the bed. Think. Then say the only thing I trust enough to ask for. Stop using other people to smoke me out. No more alliances. No more pressure on my family. No more shaking the city until something falls into your hands. Silence. Then all right, just like that. I blink. You're agreeing? Yes. Suspicion hits immediately. Why? Because I asked. The answer is so simple I almost choke on it. He continues before I can respond. But I still need to know if a room is secure before I let this go quiet. I shake my head even though he can't see it. No. Then video. No. No. Photo. No. A slow exhale on the other end. Then somehow I can hear the shape of the almost smile in his voice. Difficult. There he is. The dark edge. The man who can make one word sound like memory. I close my eyes hard. You made me this way. No, he says quietly. You always were. That lands somewhere low and dangerous. I hate that too. I hate that under all of this, under the fear and the running and the rage, he still sees enough of me to know that the fight was there long before he heard it. Fine, I say at last, because I am tired and because the truth is he won't stop worrying his way through the city otherwise. I'll send a picture of the door lock. Nothing else. He goes silent. Then, do it now. There's the command again. Infuriating. Familiar. Almost a relief. I stand, photograph the lock and chain, and send it. 3 seconds later, add the window. I stare at the screen in disbelief. Then I take the picture, because apparently some part of me has decided temporary cooperation is preferable to a citywide hunt. When it's done, he sends one final message. Stay there tonight. Don't move again until morning. I bring the phone back to my ear. You are unbelievable. Yes, and there it is again. That impossible honesty that keeps cutting through my defenses after the damage is already done. I should hang up. Instead I say, you sound tired. The silence after that is so complete, I almost think the call dropped. Then his voice, lower than before. So do you. My throat tightens. I hate this. I hate every second of it. Because for one suspended, traitorous moment, it almost feels like we are two people speaking from opposite ends of the same wound. I kill the call before that thought can get any deeper. Then I throw the phone onto the bed and stand there breathing too hard in the ugly yellow lamplight. He said he would stop shaking the city. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. Maybe a man like Salvatore only knows how to keep promises he makes in his own language. But tonight he asked. And I answered. And somewhere between the fear and the fury and the distance, that feels like its own kind of danger. Later, lying in the narrow bed with my coat still on top of the blanket because the room never quite warms, I listen to the pipes knocking in the walls and replay his voice, whether I want to or not. To hear you. Ugly is honest. You always were. Damn him. Damn the way feral on Salvatore does not look like chaos. It looks like restraint under pressure. It looks like violence he has not yet chosen. It looks like half the city flinching while he keeps his voice level. And worst of all, it looks like a man who is more frightening now that he has finally understood where the damage lives. I turn onto my side and pull the blanket higher. Outside, the city keeps moving. Inside, I am alone. For tonight, at least, the door is locked and he knows it. That should make sleep easier. It doesn't, because tomorrow he won't be feral from not knowing where I am. Tomorrow he'll be feral with the knowledge that I'm still gone anyway. And something tells me that version of Salvatore Viscaro is the one no one in Chicago is ready for. Chapter 13. By the third day of hiding, I stop feeling brave. That's the truth no one puts in stories. The first day is adrenaline. The second is strategy. By the third, it's just exhaustion, wearing your face and borrowing your bones. I wake up sometime after dawn to a room that smells faintly of overheated metal and old carpet. The heater rattles like it's personally offended by winter. Outside the cheap curtains, the city is white at the edges again, the sky low and colorless, the kind of morning Chicago uses to remind people that beauty and punishment have always shared an address here. For a minute, I lie still and stare at the ceiling. I don't want to move. Not because I'm afraid of the room, because I'm afraid of the day. Every day out here feels like a decision I have to keep making. Stay gone. Keep moving. Don't soften. Don't answer when softness knocks, wearing his voice. And I am getting tired. Not weak. Tired. There's a difference, and women like me spend half our lives making sure no one can see it. My phone sits on the nightstand where I left it, black screen turned toward the wall. I know better than to check it before I'm steady. A screen can change the shape of a morning too quickly. One message from him, and suddenly my body starts listening for things my mind hasn't agreed to yet. So I shower first. The water is barely warm enough to count, but it wakes me up. I stand under it too long anyway, forehead against tile, trying not to think about his voice from last night. Trying not to think about the fact that he asked instead of ordered. trying not to think about how dangerous it is when a man like Salvatore starts sounding more human only after he's already hurt you enough to leave marks no one else can see. By the time I get dressed, black sweater, jeans, boots, scarf, I feel more assembled. Not better. Just harder to break in daylight. I check the phone. 3 messages. One from Teresa. He kept his word. Quiet search only, but quiet from him is not safe either. Be careful. One from an unknown number I delete without opening, and one from him. Did you sleep? I stare at the words. No command, no location demand, no velvet threat wrapped in concern. Just that. Did you sleep? The simplicity of it makes my chest ache in a way I resent immediately. I type 3 different answers and delete all of them. Finally, I send nothing. Let him sit in silence for once. Let him wonder what silence feels like when it isn't a tactic he controls. I shove the phone into my bag and leave the room before I can change my mind. The city is brittle with cold. My breath turns white the second I step outside. Snow from the night before has been trampled into gray slush along the curb, and the wind comes slicing around the corners of buildings like it has something personal against skin. I walk with my shoulders slightly hunched and my hat low, another woman in black moving through a city full of people too busy surviving their own mornings to look twice at mine. That's what I tell myself anyway. But paranoia has settled into me by now like an extra heartbeat. Every reflection in a shop window becomes a possible tale. Every idling car feels suspicious. Every dark coat on a broad man makes my pulse jump before reason catches up. He did this, not all of it. The city is capable of frightening women without his help. But he sharpened it, turned awareness into instinct, made me feel how thin the line is between being watched and being wanted. I stop in a bakery 6 blocks from the hotel because it smells like coffee and bread and sugar, and nothing in it feels curated by power. I buy tea and a croissant I don't want, then take a seat near the back where I can see both exits. A bad habit now. Or maybe a smart one. I unwrap the pastry and stare at it while the windows fog with warmth. The place is full of ordinary life. 2 women in scrubs sharing gossip over paper cups, an older man reading the paper at the counter, a mother cutting a muffin into tiny pieces for a toddler in a puffy red coat. Ordinary should make me feel safer. Instead, it makes me feel lonely. Because ordinary is a language I was never really taught. My childhood was staged. My adulthood was managed. And marriage to Salvatore turned even silence into strategy. I take 1 bite of the croissant and nearly laugh because it's the best thing I've eaten in days. Then the bell over the bakery door rings. I look up without thinking. And my body knows before my mind does. Everything in me goes still. Salvatore is standing just inside the doorway, not in a suit. That shocks me first. Dark wool coat, black sweater under it, charcoal trousers, no tie, no immaculate corporate armor. His hair is slightly damp from the cold. There's snow melting at the shoulders of his coat. He looks like winter came in shaped like a man and taught itself restraint. And his eyes find me instantly. Of course they do. The room disappears, not physically. I still hear the espresso machine, still smell cinnamon and coffee, still see the woman in scrubs laughing at something I will never know. But none of it matters. Because he found me. No men with him. No visible security. No scene. Just him. My first feeling is not fear, it's fury. Hot, immediate, alive, good. I need that. I push back from the table and stand before he can start moving toward me, like this is some quiet domestic moment and not a violation in a bakery. You said quiet, I hiss the second he reaches me. His gaze moves over me once, fast and devastatingly thorough. Hat, coat, scarf, face, hands, breathing, checking for damage, checking I'm whole, checking I'm real. Then he says low enough not to carry, I came alone. That wasn't the deal, no. His eyes hold mine. It wasn't. The sheer calm of him makes me want to throw the tea in his face. You don't get to just appear. His mouth tightens slightly. Not anger. Something harsher on himself, maybe. I know. That answer again. Always that answer. 1,000 late recognitions masquerading as repentance. I glance toward the door automatically. He follows the look. I cleared the street. Of course he did. Of course, even feral on a leash still arranges the world before stepping into it. Get out, I say. He doesn't move. The muscles in my jaw go tight enough to hurt. I mean it. So do I. The words land flat and quiet. Final in that way only he can make a sentence final without raising his voice. I hate him for that. I hate that some part of me still notices how tired he looks. Not weak, not disordered, but tired in the way steel looks tired when it's been held under too much strain. No bending, just a new darkness to it. There's a shadow along his jaw. His eyes are red-rimmed in a way most people would miss if they weren't close enough to care or angry enough to catalog every flaw. I am both. He glances at the chair across from me. Sit down. I laugh. A sharp, unbelieving sound that makes the older man at the counter glance over before returning to his paper. You really can't help yourself. No, he says. The honesty of it nearly derails my anger for a second. I rescue it immediately. Good. Then hear this clearly. I am not coming back with you. His gaze doesn't shift. I know. The bakery suddenly feels too warm, too small. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to leave, but my legs are rooted to the tile because running in front of him now would feel like surrender, and I refuse to give him anything that looks like surrender in public. So I stay standing. He stays too. For one dangerous second, we are simply there. Two people in winter coats facing each other across a small round table, like the beginning of a negotiation and the aftermath of a war all at once. Then he says the last thing I expect. I wasn't going to touch you. Something in my chest stumbles. I hate that too. Because he said it like he knew. Like he could see exactly where my body had gone taut, exactly which old alarm started screaming the second he stepped through the door. My voice comes out colder than the room around us. You shouldn't have to announce that as if it's a favor. No. There it is again. No defense. No argument. No attempt to tell me I'm overreacting. It would be easier to fight him if he'd just be cruel in clean lines again. I pull the chair out and sit because standing makes me feel too exposed. He sits across from me, slow and deliberate, like approaching a frightened animal. The comparison makes my throat burn. A waitress appears with a menu in hand, smiles brightly at him, and asks if he wants coffee. He doesn't even look at the menu. Black. Of course. When she leaves, the silence drops again. I fold my hands around the paper cup just to keep them busy. What did you do to find me? His answer comes after a beat. Enough. I stare at him. That isn't an answer. No, he says quietly. It's mercy. My laugh this time is soft and vicious. For who? His eyes don't leave my face. For you. The words hit and keep hitting, because I believe him, and because believing him is dangerous. I look away first, out the steamed-up window, at the white street and blurred passers-by. I told you not to come after me. I know. You keep saying that like it matters. His voice drops lower. It matters to me. I turn back so fast my chair gives a tiny scrape against the floor. He doesn't flinch. Good. Let him sit in it. You don't get to make this about what matters to you. The waitress returns with his coffee and sets it down between us. He murmurs thanks without looking away from me. She vanishes again. That tiny, ordinary politeness from him, thank you in a bakery while I'm trying not to shake apart, feels so violently wrong it nearly scrambles my temper. He wraps one hand around the mug but doesn't drink. I came because you're exhausted, he says. My brows lift. Were you under the impression running was supposed to feel like a spa weekend? His jaw tightens once. You changed hotels? Twice in 24 hours. Ice goes through me. I go very, very still. His gaze sharpens. He sees the fear. Of course he does. I did not have anyone in your rooms, he says immediately, voice low and controlled. I tracked the pattern, not the door. I stare at him. That should make me feel better. It absolutely does not. You're proving my point. Yes. The word comes out rougher this time. I know. I hate that I can hear the exhaustion in it, the real one, the kind no man like him would ever intentionally show. He leans back slightly in the chair, not taking his eyes off me. I gave you the space. No, I say, you gave me the night. The correction lands. I see it. He absorbs it without blinking. Yes, a beat. Then I gave you today. I laugh under my breath. How generous, a whole day. His hand tightens once around the coffee cup. That's it. That tiny sign, the only visible crack. I have not sent men to drag you back. No, I say. You just took the city apart until it handed me over. His gaze hardens. Not at me. At the truth, maybe. I came alone. You keep saying that like it erases everything else. It doesn't. That stops me for half a second. He keeps going, voice quieter now. It changes what happens next. The room feels suddenly too sharp around the edges. I know this tone. This is the one he uses when a decision has already landed somewhere inside him and the words are just catching up. I hate that I wait for them. What happens next? His eyes hold mine with that impossible focus that feels like being pinned and seen at once. You eat. I stare at him. For one full heartbeat, I think maybe I finally lost my mind. What? You look pale. Your hands are cold. You're running on tea and adrenaline. The sheer audacity of him almost makes me laugh again. But the sound dies before it forms because he's right and he knows it. And we both know my body has become another thing he reads too easily. That's not your concern. It is while you're alone. I lean forward slightly, voice dropping. Stop making this sound like care. He leans forward too, not enough to crowd, enough to turn the table into a line of tension. It is care. The words hit me like a thrown glass. I go still. My pulse kicks hard enough to hurt. There are 100 things wrong with that sentence. 100 ways it insults the injury of everything that came before it. And yet, the worst part is that he means it. He says it without flourish, without seduction, without asking to be rewarded for it. He says it like he's finally bled down to the simple, ugly center of himself and found something there he cannot deny anymore. My throat burns. You do not get to say that to me now. His expression changes. Something stripped down moves through it. Not softness. Something more ruthless than that because it is real. I know exactly how late I am. The air leaves my lungs. Not dramatically, like something inside me just gave up trying to brace. I look at my hands because if I keep looking at him, I might do something weak like believe there's mercy in late honesty. The waitress hovers a few feet away, uncertain. Salvatore doesn't look at her when he says, "Bring her food. Something hot." I snap my head up. "No." His eyes stay on mine. "Yes, I am not one of your men." "No," he says quietly. "You're why they're scared to speak." The line is so dry, so unexpectedly close to humor that I almost smile before fury saves me. I'm serious. So am I. The waitress, poor woman, chooses that exact moment to approach with a bowl of soup and half a sandwich I absolutely did not order. I look at it. Then at him. He says, "Eat." I want to throw the soup at his perfect face. Instead, I say, "You are unbelievable." He sits back again. Yes. The repetition of it should infuriate me. It does. And under the irritation, something else twists. Because this is absurd. Because this is intimate in the ugliest possible way. Because after everything, after all the control and humiliation and late truth and 3 days of hiding, I'm now sitting in a neighborhood bakery while my husband orders me soup like a dangerous, sleep-deprived parent. I hate him. I hate the situation. I hate my own body for being tired enough that the smell of broth makes my stomach clench with actual hunger. He sees that too. Of course he does. Hailey. My name, low, a warning or a plea. With him, it's getting harder to tell. What? Eat before you fall over in public and make me carry you out. The image hits me before I can stop it. His arms, his coat, the whole bakery watching, and mortification rushes through me so fast it becomes anger. You wouldn't dare. One dark brow lifts very slightly. That look says too much. He absolutely would. Humiliation is apparently stronger than pride because I pick up the spoon. He doesn't smile. Thank God he doesn't smile. If he smiled right now, I might actually stab him with it. I take one bite. The soup is hot enough to sting. Good. I deserve the burn for how quickly my body gives in to basic warmth when he's the one forcing it into reach. He watches until I swallow. Then finally picks up his own coffee. We sit there in silence while I eat 3 more bites out of pure spite and hunger. It should feel degrading. It does. It also feels... No. I stop the thought there. Across from me, Salvatore looks wrecked in ways no one but me would ever call wrecked. Controlled posture, steady hands, dark coat, clean profile. But the man underneath it all is stretched thin enough that I can see the steel. And suddenly, horribly, I understand. He isn't here to reclaim me the way I feared. Not with force, not with possession. He's here because he found me and discovered that the first thing he wanted was not to drag me back, but to make sure I was warm enough to keep fighting him. That realization is so much more dangerous than violence would have been. I lower the spoon slowly. I'm still not coming with you. His gaze lifts from my hands to my face. I know. Again. Always again. Then why are you here? The question comes out quieter than I intend. More tired. More honest. He answers without looking away. Because I needed to see whether you still looked at me like I disgusted you. The room tilts, very slightly. Enough. I stare at him. What do you even do with a sentence like that? What do you do with a man like him saying it in a bakery over black coffee and cooling soup? I force my voice to stay steady. And his eyes search my face with an intensity that feels almost unbearable. And now I know it's worse. The truth of it goes through me clean. Because yes, it is worse. Not disgust now. Not only that, pain, recognition, memory, that impossible, treacherous awareness of the heat hiding under all his cold and how ruinous it would be if I let it near me again. I look down at the table because he cannot be allowed to see all of that. He sees enough anyway. I know he does. A long silence settles between us. Then he says, quieter than before, I'm not asking you to come back today. I look up sharply, that I did not expect. Today. His expression doesn't shift, no. The single word carries something heavy and final under it. A decision maybe, a concession dragged out of a man not built for giving them. My heart does something stupid. I crush it immediately. You don't get credit for learning patience once I'm already gone. No, he says. I get consequences. God, every late honest sentence out of his mouth feels designed in a lab to make leaving harder. I push the soup away before I finish it because if I take another bite, I may as well let him put a blanket over my shoulders too. He notices. Of course he notices. But he doesn't comment. Instead, he reaches into his coat and sets something on the table between us. A key. Not the North apartment key. A different one. Smaller. Silver. Attached to a plain black tag with no label. I stare at it. What is that? A place you can go that isn't on any record tied to my name. My eyes lift to his. I can't speak for a second. You expect me to trust that? No. The answer comes immediately. I expect you to use it if someone else gets close first. The words settle heavily between us. Not a trap. Not a test. A contingency. My chest hurts again. I hate how often he can do that now. I hate that care from him still feels sharpened at the edges, like even his attempts to protect me arrive wearing steel-toed boots. I do not touch the key. I'm not taking it. All right. He leaves it there anyway. Of course he does, because even his surrender is strategic. Even his respect for my no still includes preparing for the moment I might need something he was unwilling not to provide. I can't decide if that makes me want to kiss him or kill him. The thought horrifies me enough to clear my head. I stand abruptly. I'm leaving. He rises immediately but stops where he is. No reaching. No blocking. No command. The restraint of it is louder than force. I sling my bag over my shoulder and wrap my scarf tighter, then pause because the key is still there on the table between the empty coffee cup and the half-eaten soup. I should leave it. I know I should. Instead, I snatch it up and shove it into my coat pocket. His gaze flicks once to the movement. That's all. No triumph. Good. If he had looked triumphant, I might have thrown it back at him. I meet his eyes one last time. This changes nothing. His face is unreadable again, but not cold. Never fully cold with me anymore, and that is the real danger. I know. I hate that answer. I might always hate that answer. I turn and walk toward the door. The bell above it rings when I push it open, letting Winter slap me across the face again. I make it halfway down the block before I realize he isn't following. Of course he isn't. That would make this simpler. Cleaner. Instead, he's still in the bakery, probably finishing a coffee he never wanted in a place beneath his usual orbit, letting me walk away because he has finally understood that reclaiming me was never going to happen through force. No, a man like Salvatore Viscaro can take cities apart, can threaten alliances, can hunt patterns and lock down neighborhoods, but the only thing that might bring me back now, the only thing, is the one thing he cannot command. Choice. And I think that knowledge is killing him. The wind cuts harder as I turn the corner. My eyes sting from cold. Or maybe not just cold. I shove my hands into my coat pockets and feel the key against my fingers. Warm from the bakery. Warm from him. I should throw it into the first storm drain I see. Instead, I keep walking with it pressed into my palm, fury and hunger and grief and something far worse all twisting together under my ribs. Because the truth is no longer simple. He found me. He didn't take me. He fed me. He let me go. And somehow that hurts more than if he had dragged me back. Because now there's no clean story left. No perfect villain. No safe version of hate to hide behind. Just a dangerous man learning how not to cage me. And me, God help me, still shaking from the fact that part of me noticed the effort. Chapter 14. I do not use the key that night. That feels important. Petty maybe, but important. I return to the hotel with it buried deep in my coat pocket, heavy as a threat and warm as a pulse I do not want to admit I still feel. The whole walk back, I keep telling myself I only took it because refusing it in the bakery would have looked like weakness. Or strategy. Or acknowledgement. Something too revealing. The truth is uglier. I took it because some part of me believed him. Not trusted. Believed. There's a difference, and right now it is the difference between survival and stupidity. I lock the hotel door behind me, chain it, then stand there in the ugly yellow light with my bag slipping from my shoulder and the key in my fist. I stare at it. Plain silver, black tag, no label, nothing dramatic, no note, no address, no elegant little instructions in his brutal handwriting. Of course not. Salvatore doesn't explain unless cornered. He doesn't decorate his intentions. He just places things in front of you and waits to see whether you understand the shape of what he's trying to say. A safe place. An unregistered place. A place not tied to his name. A place he made room for without making a claim. That should not matter. It does. I hate that it does. I set the key on the nightstand and strip off my coat, scarf, boots. The room is too warm tonight, the heater ticking in fits, throwing dry heat against the stale air until everything smells faintly metallic. My head aches. My body feels heavier than it should, like the last 3 days are finally sinking through my skin into my bones. I sit on the bed and let myself feel it for exactly 10 seconds. The exhaustion, the cold, the loneliness. And underneath all of that, the far more dangerous thing, disappointment. Not because he found me. Not even because he came. Because some reckless, stupid, traitorous part of me had wanted to hate him cleanly in that bakery. I wanted him arrogant, commanding, possessive in the obvious way. I wanted the old shape of him back. The cold one, the cutting one, the man who humiliated me in public and corrected me like I was a flaw in his atmosphere. Because that version of Salvatore is easier to survive. But he sat down. He ordered coffee. He made me eat soup. He said I know like a wound instead of a weapon. Then he let me walk away. I lie back on the bed and press the heels of my hands to my eyes. This is the problem with men who learn too late. They still ruin everything. By morning, I know I can't stay in the hotel another night. Not because he'll find me again. Because now that he has, every second I stay here will turn into waiting. Waiting for another message, another knock, another terrible, intimate public collision in some ordinary place where he looks too human and I feel too much. I need movement again, distance again. A new place to hide before I start mistaking proximity for connection. So I pack, less carefully this time, not sloppily, just tired. The black sweater goes into the bag still inside out. The charger tangles with my scarf. My toothbrush disappears for 2 full minutes before I find it in the bottom pocket where I put cash and forgot it. I keep the key in my coat, not because I've decided anything, because throwing it away would feel too much like a decision too. By 10:30, I'm checked out, on foot, and moving south through a city gone silver under a low winter sky. The snow from yesterday has turned to slush at the curbs and thin sheets of dirty ice along the edges of sidewalks. Cars hiss past in gray spray. Somewhere a church bell rings 10 times too late. Life goes on in Chicago with the same cold indifference it always has. I should admire that. Instead, I think I could disappear here forever. The thought doesn't scare me as much as it should. That's how I know I'm nearing some kind of edge. I spend an hour walking without destination, changing direction whenever I catch my reflection in glass looking too obvious, too polished, too seen. Finally, I duck into a pharmacy, buy tissues I don't need and lipstick I'll never wear, then end up in a small park bordered by iron fencing and leafless trees. It is stupidly cold. No one sensible is sitting outside. So naturally I do. I drop onto a bench half-dusted with old snow and stare at the fountain in the center, dry for winter and ringed with dirty ice. The city sounds muffled here. Distant traffic, the soft growl of buses, the crack of wind through bare branches. I pull my phone out and check it before I can stop myself. One new message. From him. No greeting. Have you moved again? I stare at the words for a long moment, then laugh under my breath because of course he knows, or thinks he knows, or is guessing based on the fact that I am apparently incapable of staying still any longer than he can stay away. I type back before caution can catch up. Why? Are you tracking the weather patterns of my bad decisions now? The reply comes quickly. You checked out 40 minutes ago. My breath catches. Anger hits instantly after you said quiet. A pause. Then, I said no more pressure. I kept that. I stare at the screen. He's right, technically. I hate technical truths from him more than lies from anyone else. I type, that doesn't make this normal. This time, the silence stretches. Then, nothing about us has been normal. I look up from the phone and out across the dead fountain. No, it hasn't. From the moment I stepped out of that car into flashbulbs and silk and a contract disguised as a marriage, nothing between us has belonged to ordinary life. And yet, the bakery, the soup, the key. Ordinary keeps trying to sneak in through the cracks anyway. I lock the phone and shove it back into my pocket before I do something pathetic, like answer honestly. A gust of wind cuts through the park hard enough to make my eyes water. I stand, pull my coat tighter, and start walking again. By noon, I know I am too tired to keep improvising. That realization comes without drama. No breakdown, no cinematic moment against a building while snow falls prettily around my despair. Just a simple, devastating truth. I cannot stay in motion forever. Not like this. Not alone. Not with the city slowly turning into one long-held breath. I stop under the awning of a closed flower shop and lean against the cold brick wall. Eyes shut, head tipped back. There are only 3 options now. Go back to the hotel and keep running in circles until my nerves turn feral too. Use the key, or call someone I trust. That would be funny if it weren't so humiliating. Because there is no one. Not really. Not my family. Not some glossy society friend who would fold the second power leaned on them. Not anyone in Salvatore's world except Teresa, and I have already asked enough of her. That leaves the key. The key in my pocket feels suddenly heavier than metal should. I pull it out and look at it in my palm while the wind whips around the corner of the building. This isn't surrender, I tell myself. This is logistics. Temporary. A place to think. A place to stop moving for one night so I don't do something even more reckless tomorrow. That is the only way I can live with myself when I finally get into a cab and hand the driver the address on the folded card tucked behind the black tag. Of course, there's an address. I only find it after I decide. That feels like him, too. The ride is quiet. We cross through neighborhoods that get cleaner, quieter, sharper, old brick, iron gates, trees stripped bare by winter, the kind of area where money whispers instead of shouts. When the cab stops, I stare out the window at a narrow townhouse tucked between 2 larger buildings, its front steps swept clear, its windows dark, the brass on the door polished enough to catch the gray daylight. No guards outside, no black cars, no visible sign that it belongs to anyone dangerous. It almost looks anonymous. That makes it more unsettling somehow. I pay the driver, step out into the cold, and stand at the bottom of the steps for a full 10 seconds before going up. The key slides into the lock smoothly. Of course it does. Inside, the townhouse is warm and dim and immaculate in the particular way spaces prepared by powerful men are immaculate. Nothing personal, nothing accidental, everything chosen to avoid offense. But this place feels different from the penthouse. Smaller, quieter, softer around the edges. A cream sofa, dark wood floors. A throw blanket folded over one arm like someone thought of weather instead of image. No staff. No flowers arranged by invisible hands. No sense of being presented. I close the door behind me and just stand there. The silence is complete. It does not feel like a cage. That scares me more than if it had. I set my bag down on the floor and move slowly through the rooms. Small kitchen. Dining table for 4. Bookshelves with actual books. Not decorative leather spines chosen by designers to signal civilization. Upstairs, 1 bedroom with dark curtains and a bed made in plain white linen. A bathroom stocked with clean towels and nothing else. No photographs, no note, no sign of him anywhere except the fact that everything works. Heat, water, light, privacy. A place built for recovery, or retreat, or exile. I can't decide which. By late afternoon, I'm curled in one corner of the sofa with tea I made myself and still do not want, staring at the fireplace I haven't lit. The townhouse is too quiet, and my thoughts are getting loud enough to scrape. I should feel relieved. Instead, I feel watched by absence. Not cameras, not people, just the shape of him not being here. This was his solution, wasn't it? His version of letting go without entirely losing the line to me. A place I could choose without having to choose him directly. It is infuriatingly intelligent, infuriatingly decent, infuriatingly hard to hate. The phone rings at 5:20. Not an unknown number this time. Him. I stare at the screen until the ringing stops, then starts again. I let it ring twice more before answering. What? No hello, no softness. I need at least that much for myself. A beat of silence. Then his voice, low and steady and far too familiar now. You used it. Not a question. I hate that he sounds relieved. I hate that I hear it. For tonight. Another small silence. Then, good. I close my eyes briefly and lean my head back against the sofa. You don't get to sound pleased. I'm not pleased. No? No. His voice goes quieter. I'm less concerned. That answer lands somewhere low in me, right beside all the other dangerous things he's said in the last few days. I look around the townhouse, the quiet room, the folded blanket, the untouched fireplace. You do this very elegantly, I say. What? Control. The silence on his end sharpens. This isn't control. A bitter little laugh escapes me. Of course not. It's just an anonymous safe house only you could have prepared, with heat and privacy and exactly enough comfort to keep me from bolting tonight. His reply comes after a beat. Yes. The honesty of it knocks the next cruel thing right out of my mouth. I stare at the ceiling. You are unbelievable. So I've been told. There's the faintest trace of something dry under it. Not humor, something adjacent. It makes my chest ache. I hate this. I hate that we can stand on opposite ends of a phone line with all this wreckage between us and still find these strange, fractured almost moments where he sounds like a man and I sound like I haven't fully decided to punish him forever. You found me yesterday, I say quietly. You find me today. You keep your hand on every exit and call it concern. At what point do I get to leave again without you arranging the terms? The silence that follows is long enough to matter. When he answers, his voice is lower than before. When you choose it, and I believe you're not doing it half broken. The words hit hard. Because they are offensive. Because they are possessive. Because they are, in the ugliest way possible, probably honest. You don't get to decide how broken I'm allowed to be. No, he says. I get to decide what I can ignore. I sit up straighter. Anger flares. There he is, that hard, cold center. Good. I need him easier to fight. And what exactly can't you ignore? The answer comes immediately. You disappearing while too tired to think clearly. My breath catches for one stupid second. I hate that too. You don't know what I'm thinking. No, he says, but I know what exhaustion looks like when pride is driving. I stand and start pacing, because if I stay still, this conversation is going to find somewhere soft in me and colonize it. You always think you know best. Yes. The flat certainty of it stops me in the middle of the living room. You realize most people would have more shame saying that out loud. Most people lie more. God, I let out a breath through my teeth. There is no winning with a man who has decided honesty is now his chosen weapon. I'm leaving tomorrow, I say. I don't know if it's true until I say it. Then it becomes true. The silence on the line goes deep. Not dead. Not static. Focused. Where? No. Hailey. No. I grip the phone tighter. Listen carefully. I am not asking permission. I'm telling you. I'm leaving tomorrow, and this time I'm not using anything you gave me. A pause. Then his voice, so controlled it almost sounds calm. All right. I blink. That is not what I expected. Not an argument. Not a threat. Not a cold order dressed as logic. Just that. All right. Suspicion rises immediately. Hot and sharp. That's it? No. There it is. I knew it. What now? Another beat. Then if you leave tomorrow, I won't stop you. I go completely still. The room seems to tilt around me. Not much. Enough. I don't speak because if I do, the wrong thing might come out. He continues, voice rougher now in a way I don't think he means me to hear. But if you choose to go, I won't follow tomorrow. The emphasis lands heavily. Tomorrow. Not forever. Not a promise of freedom. A promise of one day. Still, it's something. Something bigger than I thought he was capable of offering without bleeding for it. I sink slowly back onto the sofa because my knees feel abruptly unreliable. Why? The question comes out almost whisper soft. I hate that, because it sounds like vulnerability. And I have already given him too much of that. On the other end of the line, the silence stretches until I think he might not answer at all. Then he does. Because if I keep forcing every door, you'll turn every room into a prison. The words go through me clean. No defense, no polish, no strategic softness, just truth. My throat tightens painfully. He gets it. Too late, too ugly, too incomplete. But he gets it. I stare at the fireless grate across the room, and suddenly I can see the shape of the break between us with cruel clarity. It isn't just what he did, it's what he keeps learning after, piece by piece, truth by truth, always just after the damage. I press my free hand flat over my stomach as if that might hold something inside me still. You should have known that before. Yes, there it is again. That simple, devastating agreement. No excuse, no dodge, no demand that I move forward faster because his regret is inconvenient to carry. I close my eyes. For one terrible second, I want him here. Not because I forgive him, not because I'm ready, not because the past week didn't happen, because I am tired and alone and the quiet in this townhouse has started feeling like grief and expensive wallpaper. That thought is dangerous enough to make me stand again. I'm still leaving tomorrow, yes. You're not going to stop me, no. You're not going to send 10 men after me. The pause is brief. Then not tomorrow. I let out a short, incredulous laugh. There it is. It's the truth. It's a threat. It's a boundary. That should infuriate me. Instead, I feel a twisted, exhausted sort of relief, because at least that I understand. At least that sounds like us. Not soft, not false, just sharp truths cutting each other in familiar shapes. I look at the dark window, my own reflection hovering faintly in the glass. I hate that you're becoming harder to leave. The words slip out before I can stop them. The silence on the line is immediate, absolute. I close my eyes. Idiot, idiot, idiot. But it's too late. I said it. And the worst part is, it's true. When he speaks again, his voice is lower than I've ever heard it. I know. Not triumphant, not even relieved, just wrecked in a way so controlled most people would miss it. That nearly undoes me. I grip the phone harder and force steel back into my voice. This doesn't mean I'm staying. I know. And it doesn't mean you fixed anything. I know. I laugh once, small and bitter and tired. You really only have one honest answer these days. No. A beat. I have others. Such as. The silence stretches. Then, come back when it's your choice. My heart kicks hard enough to hurt. I say nothing. I can't. Because what exactly is a woman supposed to do with that? With a man who once treated her like an asset, and now, after all the damage, says the one thing she needed too late for it to be safe? He speaks again before I can recover. Tomorrow is yours. Then the line goes dead. I stare at the phone for a long time after. The room feels changed. Not safer. Not easier. Just changed. Tomorrow is yours. Maybe that is freedom. Maybe it's mercy. Maybe it's just another elegant way for him to give me space without giving up the need to know where I land. I don't know. All I know is this. He said he wouldn't stop me. He said I could go. And somehow that hurts more than if he'd threatened the city into flames. Because if he had forced me, I'd still have a clean villain. Instead, I have this, a dangerous man with blood on his hands learning, slowly, how not to close them around me, and that is infinitely harder to leave. Night falls early. I don't unpack. I don't make a fire. I just sit in the quiet townhouse, boots still on, coat folded beside me, the key on the coffee table now that it no longer feels like a secret, and stare at the dark windows while the city glows faintly beyond them. Tomorrow is mine, he said. For the first time in what feels like forever, I almost believe him. And that belief, that tiny, treacherous, fragile belief, is exactly what terrifies me most. Chapter 15, I do not sleep much. Again. That's becoming less a side effect and more a personality trait. I spend most of the night on the sofa with the lamp off and the city dim behind the windows. Wrapped in the throw blanket, I refused to touch for an hour because it felt too much like accepting comfort from him by extension. I touched it anyway. Of course I did. Because exhaustion makes hypocrites out of everyone, and because the townhouse is warm in all the careful ways the penthouse never was. Not grand, not sharp, just quiet, livable, human enough to be dangerous. His words keep replaying whether I want them to or not. Come back when it's your choice. Tomorrow is yours. I hate the effect those sentences have on me, not because they're manipulative, because I don't think they are. That is the problem. If he were only strategic, only brutal, only late in ways that still served his ego, I could keep hating him with the clean certainty I've been living on. But there was something stripped down in his voice tonight, something real enough to make space where control usually lived. And I don't know what to do with real from him. So I sit in the dark until the city softens into pre-dawn gray and tell myself the same thing over and over like a prayer I do not fully trust. Choice. Tomorrow is choice. He said it. Now I have to live like it matters. By 7, I'm in the kitchen making coffee I don't really want because action feels better than thinking. The townhouse is silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the soft tap of sleet beginning against the windows. Chicago looks metallic this morning, all silver sky and wet brick, and the kind of cold that makes every building seem more permanent than the people moving through it. I stand at the counter with a mug warming my hands and finally let myself say the ugliest truth out loud. I miss him. The words hit the quiet room and make me feel instantly ridiculous, not because they aren't true, because they are, and because truth from me is still apparently determined to arrive only after it can do the most damage. I miss him, not the humiliation, not the control, not the way he cut me in public and called it correction. I miss the intensity, the focus, the terrifying, impossible way he sees too much, the voice that always sounds like it's standing too close to me, even on the phone, the quiet force of his presence changing the shape of rooms, the way his honesty now lands too hard because I know how much it costs a man like him to speak without armor. That does not mean I forgive him. That does not mean I am safe with him. That does not mean love is suddenly noble because it arrived wearing damage. It just means leaving him cleanly stopped being possible somewhere between the bakery soup and the sentence he gave me last night. Come back when it's your choice. I close my eyes and exhale slowly through my nose. Choice. Fine. If this is choice, then I have to choose from the woman I actually am, not the wounded version of me that ran because pain needed distance, and not the weak version that would go back just because he finally learned how to sound like a man instead of a verdict. The real version. The one underneath the performance. The one who is tired of being handled by everyone. So I make a list. Not on paper. In my head, because if I write it down it becomes sentimental and I would rather die. What do I want if I go back? Not flowers, not apologies polished into speeches, not promises that pretend the damage didn't happen. I want truth without performance. I want no more public humiliation. I want my own access, my own movement, my own room if I need it. I want him to stop deciding what protection means without me in the sentence. I want him to know that late understanding does not erase pain. I want him to live with what he did and love me anyway without trying to buy absolution through control. And worst of all, I want him. That is the hardest truth, not abstractly, not romantically, not in some pretty healed version of events where everything sharp between us turns soft and cinematic. I want him, complicated, dangerous, too late him. The man who went feral quietly, the man who found me and fed me and let me walk away, the man who said tomorrow is yours and meant it enough not to send anyone to this door. That realization should terrify me more than it does. Maybe I'm past terror, maybe I'm just finally honest. By 9:30 I've showered, dressed, and packed the bag again. My hands are steadier this time. Not because I'm calm, because I've chosen a direction. And once I choose, I get very still. I leave the townhouse exactly as I found it. Blanket folded, mug washed, bedroom untouched, except for the slight crease in the duvet where I sat for 10 minutes last night, trying to imagine what it would feel like to stay in a place like this long enough for it to stop feeling borrowed. At the door, I pause with the key in my hand. I should leave it on the entry table. Instead, I slide it into my coat pocket, not because I'm stealing it, because something about leaving it behind feels like pretending this place didn't matter. It mattered. He made room for me. Late, yes. Imperfectly, yes, but he made room. I step outside into cold sleet and lock the door behind me. The city hits me all at once. Wet wind, distant traffic, tires hissing over slick streets. My cab takes forever to come, and while I wait under the awning, I keep looking down the block like part of me expects him to materialize out of weather and bad decisions. He doesn't. Good. If he showed up right now, it might turn me theatrical. I don't want theatrics. I want clarity. The cab finally comes. Where to? The driver asks. I open my mouth and pause, because here it is, the moment. The one he gave me. Tomorrow is yours. I could go anywhere. Another hotel. The airport. A train, a new city, a friend I barely trust, a future built entirely from not looking back. Instead, I hear my own voice say, North Michigan, the tower on Oak. The driver nods and pulls into traffic. And just like that, I'm going back. Not because he won, not because I lost, not because pain suddenly turned to romance when he started speaking carefully. I'm going back because I am done running while half of me is still pointed at him. Because if I leave for real without saying the truth cleanly, I will carry the unfinished shape of us like a splinter under skin for the rest of my life. Because if this marriage is going to die, it deserves to die with my eyes open. And if it's going to live, God help me, it will live because I chose it after knowing exactly what it costs. The ride downtown feels longer than it should. Chicago blurs past in wet winter streaks, storefronts, traffic lights, men in dark coats, women hurrying with umbrellas bent against the weather. The closer we get to the tower, the tighter my chest gets. By the time the car pulls under the covered entrance, my pulse is a living thing in my throat. I pay cash, step out, and stand for 1 second under the awning while water beads on the shoulders of my coat. Then I go inside. The lobby is all polished marble and quiet money. Warm light, watchful men, elegant silence. The same as before and not the same at all. One of his security men sees me first. His eyes widen, just slightly but enough. Mrs. Viscaro. I hate how that title lands now, less like ownership, more like history. Don't, I say quietly. Not yet. He goes still at once and nods. Good. At least someone in this building has learned to listen quickly. Is he here? I ask. The man hesitates. That tells me enough. Where? Upstairs. Of course. A second later he adds, he hasn't left since last night. That lands harder than it should. I don't thank him. I don't ask questions. I just head for the private elevator before my nerve can mutate into something smaller. The ride up feels endless. My reflection stares back at me from the mirrored walls. Dark. Coat, damp hair at the temples. No makeup except whatever the weather left me with. Eyes too bright. Mouth set like a woman marching toward a firing squad she personally requested. When the doors open, the silence on his floor hits me immediately. Not empty. Tense. A man at the far end of the corridor straightens when he sees me, hand going instinctively toward an earpiece. I shake my head once. No. He freezes. Then, after the briefest hesitation, nods. Good. Again. Maybe the entire city is finally learning what no sounds like from a woman not dressed up as compliance. I walk to the penthouse doors and let myself in with the code Teresa once gave me for emergencies. The apartment beyond is dimmer than usual. No music, no staff in sight, just the low gray light of afternoon pressing through the windows and a silence that feels like it has been waiting. I set my bag down by the door. For 1 second, I just stand there. I know this place. The marble, the glass, the careful distance built into every room, the memory of my own footsteps here when I still felt like a guest in my own captivity. But something is different. It takes me a moment to realize what. Nothing is prepared. No laid-out schedule, no flowers, no waiting tray, no performance, just a space paused in the middle of itself. Then I see him. Salvatore is standing by the windows with one hand braced on the back of a chair, the city behind him all wet silver and stormlight. He's in dark trousers and a black shirt with the sleeves rolled up, tie gone, collar open. He looks like he hasn't slept. Not in any dramatic, ruined way. In a more dangerous way, controlled to the point of damage. He turns when he hears me, and everything in the room stops. For 1 suspended second, neither of us moves. His gaze finds my face and stays there. Not dropping to the bag, not checking the room, not even that quick, instinctive scan for injury I've gotten used to. Just my face. Something brutal and raw moves through his expression so quickly most people would miss it. I don't. Relief, shock, something perilously close to pain. I hate that I can read him now. You came back, he says. His voice is lower than usual, rougher around the edges, like he's been using it on people all day and none of them were the ones he wanted. I take off my coat slowly and drape it over the console because my hands need something to do. Yes, one word. That's all I trust myself with. The silence stretches. Then he says very carefully, why? Not because he doubts it, because he wants the truth. I can hear that immediately. Of course he would. Of course he'd finally want clean truth, now that it has the power to wreck both of us. I hold his gaze, because leaving didn't end anything. His jaw tightens once, barely. Enough. I go on before I can lose the nerve. And because if I leave for real, I need it to be from the truth, not just the pain. The room goes very still. He takes one step toward me, then stops. Good, he's learning. What truth, he asks. I laugh under my breath, not because anything's funny, because apparently my life is determined to become one long exercise in saying terrible, intimate things in beautiful rooms. The truth, I say softly, is that I still wanted you to come through the bakery door. I just hated what it meant when you did. Something changes in his face. Not softness, worse. Hope, sharp and dangerous and completely stripped of polish. I hate hope in him. I hate it in myself more. I step away from the door and farther into the room. No, I say before he can speak. You do not get to look relieved yet. I'm not here because you fixed anything. He says nothing, just watches. Good. Watch. I'm here because this is my choice, I continue. And if I stay, it will be that too. Not your correction, not your management, not because you tracked me down better than I could run, mine. His gaze doesn't shift from mine. Yes, the answer comes immediately, cleanly, no claim on it, no attempt to shape it. That almost undoes me more than if he'd argued. I swallow and keep going because if I stop now, I might lose the entire line of myself. You humiliated me, you misjudged me, you made me pay for what other people built into me, and late understanding doesn't erase any of that. I know. That answer again. Still. Always. This time I nod once. Good. Then hear this too. If I stay, you do not get to use public rooms as weapons again. Ever. His face goes completely still. Never again, he says. I believe him instantly. That should scare me more than it does. And I keep my phone, my movement, my own access, my own money, and if I want the townhouse, I use the townhouse. Yes, no hesitation, no negotiation. I study him, suspicious on principle. You're agreeing too fast. I should have agreed sooner. God, I close my eyes for 1 second. Just one. Because every late, honest answer from him keeps striking somewhere raw. When I open them again, he hasn't moved closer. Still learning. Good. I'm not done, I say. I know. Of course he says that. Of course. I let out a breath that almost sounds like a laugh. I need you to understand something ugly, I say. Coming back does not mean I stopped being hurt. His expression changes. Slightly. Enough. I know. No, I say. Sharper now. Listen to me. I may choose you and still resent you. I may want you and still be angry. I may sleep in that room and hate what happened in it. I may look at you and remember every time you made me feel small before you ever learned how to speak to me like this. The silence between us turns dense and electric. I take another breath. And if you can't live with that, then I need to turn around right now. For the first time since I came in, he moves. One measured step. Nothing more. His voice, when it comes, is so low I feel it instead of hear it. I can live with your anger, a beat. I couldn't live with your absence. The truth of it slams into me, hard. I grip the back of the chair nearest me because suddenly my body is a badly managed country. There it is. The dangerous thing. The thing I have been trying not to name since the bakery, since the phone call, since the townhouse, since maybe long before any of this. He loves me, brokenly, late, in a way sharpened by guilt and obsession and whatever dark thing in him mistakes protection for prayer. But it is love. Ugly is honest, he said. Fine. This is ugly. This is honest. I look at him across all that polished floor and winter light and know with terrifying clarity that he is telling the truth. I don't know how to trust you yet, I whisper. He doesn't flinch. Then don't, he says. Not quickly. The answer is so exactly right that my eyes sting. I hate that. I really hate that. A humorless little smile touches my mouth. You're making this impossible. No, he says quietly. I made it impossible before. The room is too silent, the city too dim. The air between us too alive. I set my hand flat on the chair back and force one more truth out of me before I lose courage. I came back because I was tired of running from someone I still wanted. His eyes close, just for a second. That tiny fracture nearly wrecks me. When he opens them again, everything in his face has gone more controlled, not less, like he's holding an entire violent weather system behind his ribs and refusing to let it touch me. Hailey. Just my name. Nothing else. It sounds wrecked anyway. I shake my head once, not in refusal, in warning. No, I say, not if you're going to make this beautiful. Don't do that to me. His jaw tightens. I wasn't. Good. Because I can't survive beautiful from him right now. Beautiful would make me weak. Beautiful would make me forget. What I need is truth, just truth. So I give him mine. I came back because I love you, I say. And I hate that I do. And I hate even more that I think you finally know enough not to use it against me. The silence after that is so complete. It almost roars. He doesn't move, doesn't speak. For one horrifying second, I wonder if I've finally pushed us both too far into honesty to recover. Then he says, very quietly, I would rather cut my own hands off. The brutality of the sentence should make me flinch. Instead, it nearly makes me cry, because that is his language. That is how a man like Salvatore swears reverence, with violence aimed at himself instead of the world. I laugh once, a tiny broken sound. Then cover my mouth with my hand because apparently dignity and I are no longer on speaking terms. His whole body changes at that. Not forward, not reaching, just changes, like restraint has suddenly become painful. Tell me what to do, he says. The question lands harder than all the others. Not a command, not a correction, not even a plea. A surrender. Small, careful, impossible. I lower my hand slowly. You don't do anything dramatic, I say. No declarations. No city-shaking promises. No trying to make tonight erase the last 2 weeks. His gaze holds mine. All right. And you don't touch me until I ask. Something dark and raw flashes through his expression. Not anger, loss, maybe, an immediate acceptance of it. All right. I nod once, steadying myself. And tomorrow, I glance toward the windows, toward the weather, toward the city that watched us ruin each other and now waits to see what shape the aftermath will take. Tomorrow we figure out what this looks like when it isn't built on a contract and a misunderstanding. His voice is low. Yes. I stare at him a second longer, then ask the question that matters most. Can you do that? He doesn't answer right away. Of course he doesn't. He thinks first, feels second. That is his tragedy. Finally he says, I can do anything except lose you again. The words hit every weak place in me at once. I should probably be smarter than this. I should probably demand more distance, more time, more punishment, more proof. Maybe I will tomorrow. But right now, standing in the dim light of the penthouse with winter against the windows and all the truth finally stripped bare between us, I am too tired for strategy, so I nod toward the sofa. Sit with me. He freezes. Actually freezes. Then slowly, as if the movement itself matters too much to rush, he crosses the room and sits on the opposite end of the sofa, not close enough to touch. Not even close enough for our knees to brush. The restraint of it aches. I sit too, leaving all that careful distance between us, and stare out at the city while my heartbeat slowly remembers how to exist without sprinting. For a while, neither of us speaks. The silence isn't empty this time. It's full, heavy, alive with everything we are not rushing. Finally, without looking at him, I say, I'm still angry. I know. A small smile pulls at my mouth despite myself. Of course you do. Another beat of silence. Then he says, I'm still guilty. I turn my head and look at him. He is staring straight ahead, jaw hard, hands clasped loosely, the whole of him built from control and strain and the terrifying effort of not reaching for me when every line of his body says he wants to. Good. Let him want. Let him wait. That isn't enough, I say. No, he replies. It isn't. I believe him again. Damn him. Damn me. Damn this entire brutal, impossible thing. The city darkens beyond the windows, lights coming on one by one. Chicago glittering like a threat and a promise in equal measure. And there, on opposite ends of the same sofa, still too far apart and somehow closer than we've ever been, I finally understand the shape of my choice. I did not come back because he owns me. I did not come back because I'm weak. I did not come back because pain became romance. I came back because love, when it is honest enough, deserves to be chosen with eyes open. Not forgiven blindly. Not trusted cheaply. Chosen. And tonight, for the first time since the wedding, I choose him back. Not as my captor. Not as my correction. Not as the man who broke me and then learned too late what he had done. I choose the man sitting 6 feet away with enough restraint in his body to make the air ache, letting me be angry, letting me set the rules, letting me come home without calling it surrender. It is not a fairy tale. It is not clean. It is not safe yet, but it is real. And for now, for tonight, real is enough. Epilogue. 6 months later. The first thing I notice is the sunlight. It spills across the hardwood in long, golden bars, warm and soft, and completely unbothered by the fact that I'm standing in the middle of a kitchen I once would have sworn I'd never belong in, wearing one of Salvatore's shirts and no makeup, holding a cup of coffee while the man himself argues quietly with a florist on speakerphone, like the fate of civilization depends on peonies arriving on time. I said white roses, he says, voice low and lethal in a way that used to make rooms go cold. Now it mostly makes me smile into my coffee. Not ivory, not cream, white. A beat. Then his jaw tightens. No, there is a difference. If you don't know that, I suggest you find someone who does. I lean against the kitchen island and watch him. He's in black slacks and a white button-down with the sleeves rolled to his forearms, dark hair still damp from the shower, expression carved from expensive irritation. He looks exactly like the most feared man in Chicago should look when he's about to eviscerate someone over flowers. And then his eyes cut to me. Everything changes, not dramatically, not in some ridiculous cinematic sweep where his whole body melts and violins start playing in the background. Just changes. His expression eases, his voice lowers, the hand not holding the phone loosens at his side. He looks at me the way he's looked at me every day for the last 6 months, like he still can't quite believe I stayed, like he knows exactly what it cost me to choose him, like he plans to spend the rest of his life proving that choice was not a mistake. It does dangerous things to my heart. Ivory is fine, I say. His gaze stays on mine. No, he says into the phone. It isn't. Then he hangs up. I laugh. A real laugh. Easy. Warm. The kind I never thought I'd have in this house. Or any house with him. You're insane, I tell him. He crosses the kitchen slowly, stops in front of me, and takes the coffee mug from my hand just so he can set it aside on the counter before he puts both hands on my waist. Even now, even after everything, he still touches me like choice matters. Not tentative, not frightened, but aware. Always aware. No, he says, voice lower now. I'm right. I slide my arms around his neck and lift a brow. You are terrifyingly committed to that belief. Yes, that one-word answer still gets me every time. I smile against his mouth before he even kisses me. And when he does kiss me, it's slow. Warm. Certain. Nothing like the first brutal clinch between us. Nothing like the tension-soaked moments that used to leave me shaking with anger and want and confusion. This is home. This is a man who learned. This is a woman who stayed long enough to let him. This is love after the damage, not pretending the damage never happened, but living beyond it anyway. His hand slides up my back, holding me closer, and I melt into him with the kind of trust I once thought he had destroyed forever. I still remember that version of us. The contract, the corrections, the coldness, the way he looked at me before he knew me. But memory is not the same thing as living there. We don't live there anymore. He lifts his head slightly and studies my face with that same impossible focus he's never lost. What? I smile. You're staring. I usually am. You're ridiculous. So I've been told. I laugh again and kiss him once, quick and soft. By me. Constantly, he nods. Reliable source. God, nobody warned me that Salvatore learning softness would make him 10 times more dangerous than Salvatore learning regret. The man is still sharp, still feared, still very much capable of reducing grown men to silence with one look. But with me, he's different now. Not weak, never weak. Just open in places he once tried to wall off with discipline and control. It took time, more than time. It took truth, fights, boundaries, long silences, the townhouse becoming mine, not just his offering. A second set of keys, my own schedule, my own foundation work, my own office, my own name on things no one else controls. It took him learning that love is not management, that protection without permission is just another cage, that apologies are not speeches, their behavior repeated until trust grows back. And he did it. Not perfectly, but relentlessly. That's the thing about Salvatore. Once he understands where the truth lives, he becomes ruthless about honoring it. The first month after I came back, we didn't sleep in the same room every night. Sometimes I needed space. Sometimes I took the townhouse for 2 days just to hear my own thoughts without his presence everywhere. He never stopped me. Not once. The second month, he started asking instead of assuming. Do you want me there? Do you want me to leave? Do you want to talk? Do you want silence? It shouldn't have felt revolutionary. It did. By the third month, I caught myself laughing with him in the kitchen over something stupid one of Matteo's men had done. And the sound startled me so badly, I almost cried. By the 4th month, I told him I loved him without anger wrapped around it. He went completely still, then looked at me like I'd just handed him the beating center of the world. He told me he loved me too. Not beautifully. Of course not. He said, "I've loved you in every wrong language I had. I'm trying to learn the right one." I kissed him before I could ruin the moment by crying. Now 6 months in, the wrong language is gone more often than it appears. Not completely. We're still us. I still cut when I'm angry. He still goes cold when he feels too much, too fast. We still clash sometimes with enough force to make the air in the room feel dangerous. But now he catches himself. Now I tell him when something hurts before it becomes a wall. Now we come back to each other instead of turning silence into war. Now when he says my name, it doesn't sound like possession. It sounds like devotion with teeth. And that, it turns out, is exactly my favorite kind. He kisses my forehead and steps back only far enough to retrieve my coffee and hand it back to me. "Drink," he says. I take the mug and narrow my eyes. "You know, for someone who once used every room in Chicago as a weapon, you've become weirdly obsessed with whether I'm hydrated." His mouth curves. Actually curves. It's not quite a smile, because Salvatore doesn't really do those unless I drag them out of him inch by inch. But it's close enough to make my stomach flutter anyway. "You were difficult to keep alive when you were angry." I laugh so hard coffee nearly spills over the rim. "I was hiding from you." "Yes," he says. "Badly." I gasp. "Excuse me. I was excellent at it." "You checked into 2 hotels under variations of your real name." I blink. "That is actually humiliating. It was educational." I point my mug at him. "You are never allowed to bring that up when Matteo and Violet are here." Noted. Too late. That smile is definitely there now. Small. Dark. Mine. The back door opens before I can come up with a threat dramatic enough to satisfy me. Matteo strolls in without knocking, because of course he does, wearing a black Henley and a grin that promises trouble before he even speaks. "Good. You're both dressed. Miracles happen." I turn toward him. "You say that like your brother doesn't routinely look like he was ironed by the devil." Matteo grins wider. "He did come out of the womb with a schedule." Salvatore's arm slides around my waist from behind, his palm settling low and warm against my stomach. "You're early," he says. "You're old," Matteo replies. I bite my lip against a smile. Somewhere in the last 6 months, this family stopped feeling like a battlefield and started feeling like what it was always meant to be, if the men in it would just stop trying to bleed love to death before letting it live. Violet follows Matteo in a second later, her hair loose, eyes bright, carrying 2 bakery boxes. She spots me and immediately beams. "There you are. Tell your husband the florist called me crying." I nearly choke laughing. Salvatore closes his eyes once, as if this is beneath him, which means it's absolutely not beneath him. He's probably already solved it twice. "They brought cream," he says. Violet deadpans. "How devastating." "Cream is disrespectful," he says. I lose it then, full on laughing into my coffee while Matteo mutters, "Jesus Christ." And Violet drops the boxes on the island and comes around to hug me. I hug her back, still laughing, and for one suspended second I feel it so hard it almost steals my breath. Happiness. Not the fragile kind. Not the borrowed kind. Not the kind that exists only if everyone keeps performing correctly. Real happiness. Messy. Hard-won. Entirely ours. Later, when the flowers are fixed, and Matteo is complaining, and Violet is telling me something scandalous about one of the Chicago wives who got caught having an affair with a bodyguard, and Salvatore is pretending not to listen while hearing every word, I slip away upstairs to get changed. Our room is quiet when I step inside. Not his room. Not mine. Ours. That still matters. There's a framed photo on the dresser now, one taken 3 weeks ago at a charity gala. I almost didn't let them take it because public photographs used to feel like traps. But in this one, I'm laughing at something out of frame, and Salvatore is looking at me instead of the camera. One hand at my waist, the other tucked into his pocket, expression softened by something he never even tries to hide anymore. Love looks almost alarming on his face, like devotion sharpened into law. I pick up the frame and smile. Once, he used public rooms to make me feel small. Now, when he walks into a room with me, the whole city can see exactly what I am to him. Not correction, not acquisition, not a woman he improved, his, by choice, and he knows the difference. A sound at the doorway makes me turn. He's there, of course, leaning against the frame, sleeves still rolled, watching me watch the photo. "What?" I ask softly. He pushes off the doorway and comes toward me. Nothing rushed. Nothing careless. Never careless now. When he reaches me, he takes the frame from my hand and sets it back down before cupping my face in both hands. The look in his eyes is enough to make my whole body go warm. "Nothing," he says. "I just wanted to see where you went." I smile against his palm. Dangerous answer. Truth usually is. That line hits me right in the center, because yes, truth ruined us, then rebuilt us, then taught us how to live in the same house without lying to ourselves. I rest my hands over his wrists and look up at him. "Are you happy?" The question is quiet, real. His thumbs brush my cheeks once. "With you?" He lowers his mouth to mine, kisses me slow, then says against my lips, violently. I laugh, and he finally smiles for real. It's devastating. Rare enough to still feel like being handed treasure. Familiar enough now that it no longer scares me. I kiss him again, then again. And when he pulls me into his arms, I go gladly. No fear, no hesitation, no cage, just him, just us. Later tonight, there will be dinner and family and too much wine and Matteo saying something inappropriate while Violet laughs and throws bread at him. Salvatore will look annoyed and secretly pleased by the noise. I'll catch his eye across the table, and the world will narrow the way it always does now, but gently instead of violently. And later still, when the house is quiet and the city is glowing outside our windows, he'll take me to bed like I'm something sacred he still can't believe chose him back. He'll kiss me like he has time, touch me like trust is a privilege, hold me after like my heartbeat is something he earned and will never treat casually again. And I'll let him, gladly, because this is the truth now. He was late, he was brutal, he was wrong, and then he learned, and then he loved me right. And then, somehow, impossibly, we became happy. Not because the past vanished, because it didn't. We became happy because we faced it, named it, survived it, and chose each other anyway. I used to think love was something people performed to survive rooms. Now I know better. Love is not the performance. Love is what remains when then the performance burns away and someone still looks at you like you are the only thing in the room worth protecting, worth listening to, worth changing for, worth kneeling to in every quiet daily way that matters. Salvatore Viscaro once made me feel like something arranged. Now he makes me feel like the center of my own life. And when he kisses me in the fading afternoon light, one hand at the back of my neck, the other spread warm at my waist, I smile against his mouth, because I know something with a certainty that no longer terrifies me. I didn't just survive him. I got my happy ending with him. And this time, it's mine by choice. If this story pulled you in, if you felt every moment between them, you're exactly where you belong. This is Bayless, where love is dangerous, power is everything, and every story leaves a mark. Don't forget to subscribe. It not only helps me continue to bring you my stories, but it tells YouTube that you want more dark mafia romance from me, and most importantly, because you will get the next story, and it might be even darker. Until next time, stay ruined.